Okay, I need to switch the OBS scene over. Okay, welcome. We are now doing the quarterfinals cast. We have two groups today that we're going to cover, so we're kind of in for the marathon. It's going to be a good time. It's going to be a while, so just get your popcorn. We are now, yeah. So get your popcorn and sit back, relax, and let's see what our first group of the day is. Ignore that the background popped in before the transition. Our first group is going to be tier 1 of the quarterfinals. It's going to be Shift Clique versus Mutallica. Now, because I am a responsible journalist, I will, lay clear that I have a conflict of interest. Shift Clique was my team. So I may be a bit biased in the casting, but now that I've acknowledged it, you can't get mad at me for doing that. To be fair, the only reason I'm using it is because I haven't opened OBS in 2 years, and it was just on there, and I was like, cool, yeah. Ignore that it says CPL 9 on it. It's fine. Well, oh, wait, where'd my OBS go? Okay, so our group today is going to be, we're going to have Arttaaz versus GreyShades, Gabagoon versus Arcanewinds, Manadog versus Hexe. My OBS screen is really small, so I can't read the text because white text on a light background is garbage. Why did I make this? Poyo versus Azizi, TheHyde versus AgGe, Bekrul versus River, and Supperman versus Havior. This is going to be an epic match of very strong tier 1 players. And without any further ado, we are going to hop into our first game as soon as I remember how to do that. Okay, our first match is going to be Arttaaz versus GreyShades in a Protoss v Protoss. The first game is going to be on Eclipse for the quarterfinals. So if I start that, then I go to OBS, then I start the transition, and then I replay the transition, then I go to the stream, then I open Starcraft, and I think that works. And then the replay timer's up. Okay, we're all good. I still got it. We close that tab, and that's it. Okay. In the top right corner as the olive green Protoss, we have CPL GreyShades. And the bottom left, in the light yellow, muted yellow, we have Arttaaz, also playing Protoss, mining minerals. Wow. Well, both players put down a very reasonable pylon. I need to move my OBS over. I can't read the channel. There's no game. What the fuck? There's no game audio. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Pause. Thank you. Why is there no game? What the hell? Are you using a window capture? Yes, but I also have the desktop audio already set up. That should be getting all the desktop audio. Oh, Jesus Christ. I am getting the StarCraft audio to my ears. It's been 2 years since they try resetting the desktop audio, probably since some device name. Okay, that makes sense. Resetting this in some. Okay, so if I add in media source, no, I add in audio capture. No. Add in audio input. No. mic auxiliary, desktop audio, CPL transition. Oh wait, maybe that's why. What if I do 0.0? No, that's wow. It really isn't getting anything. Oh, okay. Hold on. Is that better now? The what was it? The device was set to my headset, so I have no idea why it was doing that. Okay. We've but then why was it picking up the other music before? I don't know. This is weird. This is a problematic question. Wow. I'm not used to these, listen, I don't... If I'm not using something, it shouldn't stop working. It shouldn't change. Okay. I'll just choke on my coffee. We'll start the game back up, though. Holy shit. Okay. We're fine. We have a gateway coming up for both players. This is all normal. There's nothing strange about these games. Both players playing very good games of Starcraft right now. Arttaaz as a simulator was 0.03 seconds faster than CPL GreyShades. That may matter if the game comes down to a tenth of gas. Okay, both probes are about to scout each other in the center. Very cute. They pass each other. Say hi as they go on to go look at each other's base. Holy shit, this advantage. Arttaaz is 24 gas ahead of CPL GreyShades. That's gonna matter when, look at that probe. That's so fun. That's gonna matter when Dragoon ranges a half of a second. We have extra pylons going down, cyber core for both players. Both players getting a zealot first, just to be on the safe side in case their opponent's doing something insane. Because in these quarterfinals matches, sometimes if you're doing something insane, it beats players who are good. So, yeah. First is it Dragoon coming out for Arttaaz, first Dragoon coming out for GreyShades. Oh! What's going on over here? Oh! Arttaaz's probe is very injured. GreyShades is slightly less injured, but it is surviving, it looks like. Denzel is just walking across the map. Okay, he's finally realizing he's being baited, and he returns back home to the base. And it looks like GreyShades is going to be slightly ahead in probe HP. The Dragoon is then going to move out and... Oh, I thought it might go hunt down the probe. I can't tell who's you. Okay. Alright. Alright. Arttaaz is our red player, and GreyShades is our blue. Player... Yeah, okay. Well, this Dragoon's about to be in a very awkward situation. But it can just run home, because Dragoons are pretty fast. Let's see. What's going on here? Let's go on back to base. Arttaaz is getting their robo facility. It's about halfway. GreyShades still is just now starting it. Wow, I was kind of joking about the gas speed battering, but like, having your robo out twice as fast as your opponent's pretty good. Let's see. So both players will probably go for observatory, since I don't think either of them, got the full confirm regarding, or Arttaaz at the very least didn't get the full confirm, like, regarding, whether it's a DT switch or not. GreyShades is just gonna get right up in here. Okay. Both players have range. Arttaaz though is, I mean, they're already going to be starting their Reaver right here, or their Observer first, because they're good players. They're not going to build the Reaver and be unsafe to DTs, but still, like that. Actually, hold on. GreyShades going for a second gateway and a shuttle. Before any extra tech, they're not even making the Robo Bay, so it looks like they may just be going for some type of like big gateway unit pressure. But if Arttaaz gets their Reaver out first and can defend it, well, GreyShades is probably going to try to drop Zealots on top of the Reaver to, you know, break the defenses here. I don't know if that's even possible. Wow, that's a very cool pylon placement. Just gonna make attacking into this base impossible, actually, because Dragoons are very stupid. GreyShades, looks like they're scouting out the map, just making sure Arttaaz hasn't taken any greedy or hidden thirds. Reaver is finally coming out, and Arttaaz is getting a shuttle of their own. First Observer is on the way, so they're going to be able to fully know everything that GreyShades is up to. Nope, never mind. GreyShades is getting a Reaver of their own. They're just a bit further behind. Yeah, they're not. They haven't expanded. They have a slightly larger army, and they are going to catch this Observer. Oh, oh no. The important thing is that GreyShades stopped Arttaaz from scouting the natural here. So as far as Arttaaz knows, both players are on parity in terms of bases, because if Arttaaz knew that GreyShades didn't have an expansion yet, they would probably be throwing down like extra gateways or just panicking and being much more defensive. But they can't confirm that yet, and so now there's always the risk of GreyShades kind of just bringing this a bit larger army in. Oh, it's only a bit larger. I do like that GreyShades has kept this probe out scouting the map. It should make, for what, it makes getting the third base a lot easier, and for two, it makes sure that Arttaaz isn't doing anything sneaky. Second Reaver, shuttle speed also on the way. I mean, Arttaaz has a 10 probe advantage. I feel like just getting that extra Nexus up early has essentially paid for it. It looks like GreyShades might, well, they're throwing up a pylon. That's probably just a scout for incoming shuttles. What did we tell you about the gas? Yeah, I mean, that 24 extra gas early on really was compounding, because like it let them get the Reavers early, and because the Reavers are early, they get to take their base earlier, and it's like the natural for GreyShades is just now finishing. So Arttaaz has had like 3 minutes of just straight macro going on, and now like the army is going to start skyrocketing to catch up. We have a 12 probe difference. GreyShades is going to need to throw a Hail Mary to catch back up into this game, or get the amazing, like, the greatest trade of all time. There's a couple of, I mean, then again, there is what could be the breaker here is if GreyShades gets a little risky and expands like a second time, and Arttaaz doesn't take too much of an aggressive posture. Oh, never mind. Nope, they're gonna go fight. Let's see. How are we feeling about this? Oh, Jesus. Oh no. Oh, jeez. Well, there goes the Reavers for GreyShades. Okay, well, this was a fun game. That's really unfortunate. We could have the stupidest scarabs of all time. Save the game for... Oh, no. Never mind. They're going to back off. Ooh, yep. Reavers coming up. And then it looks like this is just going to be a clean attack in from... If GreyShades can snipe the shuttle. Reavers are going to take a ton of damage, and it looks like there's just too many Dragoons here at the time. We only have 4 gateways in the main, so fun Reaver micro, and then that is there it goes. GreyShades GG's and leaves the game, we assume. And that's gonna be game 1. All right, let's let me see. So I have to go over here, come back. Oh wait, no, wait. Where's my replay? Then we go over here, and then it wipes, and there we go. Let's see. Where's our match? That is game 1 in the tank for Arttaaz. Just the slightly faster gas does it, I guess. I mean, it really all does come down to just... Okay, where's my leave game? Exit replay. Wow. See, if this was a lower tier of a game, that slightly faster gas would have meant nothing. But because we're talking about, these are tier 1 players. These are the cream of the crop. Except for tier 0, but these are the cream of the crop from not except for tier 0. So like, you know, that slightly faster gas, it does matter. All right, next game, game 2 is gonna be our same 2 players, Arttaaz versus Arttaaz versus GreyShades. And the second map of the day is going to be Deja Vu 1.1. We'll hop right into it. So transition, and play, and here we go. Well, it was nearly timed okay. In the top left corner, we have Arttaaz as the teal Protoss. And the bottom right, we have CPL GreyShades as the grayish-blue Protoss. There we go. Okay. So. What a game. Neither player doing anything crazy. I would expect we're going to have just a very similar game as game 1, although bring back the Scimo character 2021 cast duo. The invite is on. My schedule is very spotty for casts, unfortunately. But so it's harder to plan these things out, but there's always the possibility. Yeah, very similar game 1. We have both players going for pylons, as you do, generally, but there's nothing sneaky. Both players are gonna be playing extremely standard, so that's what we're gonna see, a similar thing to game 1, except you know, it's gonna be a different game. So anything could happen, especially if shuttles don't get sniped by Dragoons being out of position. Now, again, we see Arttaaz is just a couple seconds faster than GreyShades for the general macro. That is going to be pretty important, probably. And we'll see how fast the gas gets taken as well. Yeah, I mean, very similar thing. Both players getting their gas. Arttaaz is just slightly, only 16 gas faster this game. Although I think only 2 probes were on it for CPL GreyShades, so that's not great. Both players, I don't think there has been any player scout. Arttaaz checks the bottom right base and immediately goes up to check, while CPL GreyShades checks, is going to be checking counterclockwise. Yeah. Well, that's interesting. First Zealot out from Arttaaz. I think CPL GreyShades, nope, they also got their first Zealot. So again, we are just seeing, it is just like similar to game 1, where the macro for Arttaaz is just slightly faster than GreyShades, although GreyShades is getting their Dragoon range before their first Dragoon. So if there's an early fight, that couple seconds might make the difference. But both players are generally equally paced. What chance does GreyShades have? Well, they're a couple gas below. They're a couple gas cycles below, so it's pretty rough. There really hasn't been any big split off yet, although we are seeing the Robo facility come down for Arttaaz, which means that, once again, just like in game 1, the Robo facility is going to be a bit slower for GreyShades. And if that means that... Oh no, that's not good. If this Dragoon... Okay, no, that Dragoon's going to bail before it gets double flanked. Unless... No, yeah, that Dragoon is probably... Oh, no, oh! No, that Dragoon is... That is an escape artist Dragoon. So, good for him. That was very nearly just a free unit, a gifted unit, but Arttaaz is going to sync back up, and they might be getting their expansion here pretty soon, once they get their Observatory, their Robo Bay. They're just executing an extremely clean game. And that doesn't mean that GreyShades is guaranteed going to lose, because that first game they really only lost because the shuttle was out of position for 3 seconds. But it's not going to look good for them. They're once again going for that early shuttle, that first shuttle before the observatory and the support bay. So if Arttaaz just gets their expansion up and isn't pressured, then they're going to just get back into the lead again. The Goon War. Yeah. I mean, that's just what Protoss is. It's just like, which player can goon the hardest? First Reaver coming out for Arttaaz, so the Nexus shouldn't be too far behind. There's the probe for it. Let's watch this instant replay. Well, immaculate. Now the Arttaaz is going to be feeling really great about this game, because this observer is just going to get...
I have been sent by the Conclave to serve and counsel you.
Thank you for the follow. And also, I'm glad the alerts still work, because I did not check those before I started the stream again, so... Oh, there goes the observer. Dead in a single shot. But Arttaaz is now... sees what's going on and is probably extremely comfortable with the current state of the game. Hello, thank you again.
I've been sent by the Conclave to serve and counsel you.
Another one, thank you, Jim James. I know the name's probably not a reference to Muppet Treasure Island, but it is in my mind. Heard there's gooning here? Oh, we're gooning all day. There's a lot of Protoss in these groups, I think. So, you know, there's nothing like a good start, like top of the morning, start of the morning.
Tassadar has failed
early
us.
game goon
You
sesh.
must not.
Sim Character 2021 top CPL casting duo of all time.
We were hitting it in 21, 22. There was a they don't make CPL like they used to. Where's my? I need to get a white monster energy. Just fucking. What's even happening? What's in this game? We have a game going on. Look at these. Look. They're gooning in the mineral line. They're gooning in their fucking main bases. What's going on? Arttaaz is still 7 probes ahead of CPL GreyShades. Arttaaz 5 workers and about 6 gas ahead. Yeah. How long have we been gooning? We've been gooning for about 40 minutes now. We're in for this is going to be a long goon sesh. Boys, strap in. We're gooning all day with this one. The best part about this is that Dada legally has to put these casts on the official CPL YouTube channel. Alright. Gooning the eggs. We're gooning stuff. Okay, let's... You may not like it, but this is peak PvR. Both players have been convinced that they're the defensive player, and that's going to benefit Arttaaz. Arttaaz is 10 probes ahead. CPL GreyShades is going to be a little bit faster on Templar tech, but like if Arttaaz just pushes out, gets another good engagement like they did last game, that shuttle better know where it's supposed to sit. Because here we go, shuttle speed. Oh no! This is the difference between tier 1 and tier 0 is tier 1 they go, I get shuttle speed, my shuttles will be faster, and then it just zooms past the army and dies immediately. Alright, we have shuttle speed for, what are you holding? You're holding a Reaver. Oh no? No. Okay, well. That shuttle just died. That Reaver just died. I think it got like a probe. 1-on-1 on wasted shuttles. Yeah. And Arttaaz definitely was Arttaaz. You have the economy here. What is? Oh, we get the flanking zealots. Holy shit! CPL GreyShades just committed to this fight, but I don't think they should have. Their macro is in shambles. The mental has been destroyed. This Reaver is just sitting. This is a campaign Reaver. It crawled all the way from the base by itself to go kill some zealots. They're more focused on gooning than they are on reaving each other. Now, Arttaaz, now they might be trading. Arttaaz might be overextended here. GreyShades has a really nice arc. A couple of goons are gonna fall. They're gonna explode their blue goo all over the map. What the fuck? Who said that? Jesus. I remember watching this live and thinking no one wants to. Upgrades are currently 00 and 00. Mr. Coca. I don't know. That guy needs to fucking calm down. Arttaaz though they've lost the probe advantage. They're only 4 probes ahead. But GreyShades. Oh, never mind. They both have their third base going up. GreyShades getting some extra photon cannons. We have some Reavers. We have another big Boom Force. Yeah, this is unfortunate. That's just too many Dragoons. Thankfully, they are all Dragoons. With these players transferred into the Dragoons, should be an entirely different game. But, and I'm not talking about the match. Anyways, yeah, that's pretty rough. How are those Reavers? Oh, okay. Scarab production. The macro has been good. Get picked up. They're gonna go probably just. Honestly, you could just throw the Reavers right up here, but looks like they're gonna just do a big loop around and maybe hit the probes in the back. Dying to Zealots. I'm asked, how can he see that? The answer is that through reverse ramps, all things are possible. Line of sight is actually insane. It should have kept. Wait, hold on, wait. Why is GreyShades not trapped in their net? What the fuck happened? Okay, it's fine. GreyShades is more worried about moving their Dragoons around than actually fighting. Never mind, they're still gonna win though. We have a backup here that is going to then kill. Let's see, are there any upgrades? GreyShades, they're both at +1. Okay, GreyShades is losing again. They don't see, that's the difference. Is GreyShades, they're not mining. There's a Reaver here, they're just staring each other down. Arttaaz is fully mining off their third. Going back in for the second. Oh, there's a photon cannon here. And the Reavers are gonna assault the static defenses like they were designed to. That's crazy. That was Starcraft as Blizzard intended, I guess. What's going on here? GreyShades is at 64 supply. Yeah, this isn't great for our blue Protoss hero. Character wouldn't have missed the. It's very possible. Let's see what's going on here. Turning back to the base. We're not really mining at the natural. We don't need it. Let's see. We have more Protoss. Here we have a Dark Templar mix. That's how you know we're on late stage Protoss, where the player behind just gets the Dark Templar. It won't work, unfortunately, because these are tier 1 players, but you have to at least try. We have an Archon coming up because they are mineral efficient. There goes the DT. He almost got a single zealot. Reavers drop back in, assault the base. And that is going to be GG. Arttaaz is going to take it 2-0 with a very successful series. That Reaver is staring down the photon cannon. Yeah, so if you need to know how to win your PvP games, you build the assimilator as soon as possible. I think that's the lesson we've learned here. Also, don't get shuttle speed, because then your shuttle will fly past your army and die. Both GGs in allied chat. Of course, yes. Okay, let's see. So that is going to be match 1 to Arttaaz and Shift Clique. Okay, so I'm going to go to here. I'm going to replay the intro. We're going to go to our second screen and change the match. There we go. We did it. Okay, match 2 is Gabagoon versus Arcanewinds. Let's see. What are the races of our players? If Gabagoon is not a Protoss. Okay, what? We're like Gabagoon. We have a Terran in Gabagoon versus the Protoss Arcanewinds. More like Gaba Vulture, am I right? Got him. Alright. First first game is going to be on Eclipse 1.2 because all matches are on the same maps. So we're going to go ahead, hop right into it, start it up, get our... Start it up. There we go. There's the countdown. Whoa. Fucking nailed it that time. Excellent. All right, in the top right corner, we have the Protoss, purple Protoss People Eater, Arcanewinds. And in the bottom left, we have the pink Terran, Gabagoon. Like both these guys, I hope it's a draw. Yeah, I have a real issue. I think Gabagoon is representing Shift Clique. They're on my team, so I do support that. But they are playing Terran, and that is some things can't be forgiven. Pretty standard. Pylon, then Scout, and then we're gonna see the supply depot here for Gabagoon. The great thing is about Pylon Scout is if the Terran isn't careful, I think you have just enough time to run in and steal the gas. Which, it's Eclipse. It's literally free. You should always gas steal the Terran on Eclipse. There's zero downside to it. It's, like, actually impossible to not steal the gas against the Terran. There it is. Okay, we're good. We've made it. Good job, Arcanewinds. You're playing correctly. Gabagoon, this SCV now has a blood feud with this probe and is gonna chase it till the ends of the earth. It's like the Warcraft 3 campaign, I think. You know, this SCV is Arttaaz. Holy shit, he's actually gonna get it. No, he's not. See, there's gonna be a whole arc where this SCV is gonna learn how to drive a tank, and then they're gonna invade the north part of the map. They're gonna invade north. See, it's like a poem. It rhymes. Just like how George Lucas taught us how to make stories, I think. There is the there is the cybernetics core. Actually, I should have kept track of what SCV that was. You know what? Never mind. I'm not gonna go off on random rants, but it would be very cool if you could, like, mark a unit with something. I don't know. Anyways. Here's Zealot coming out. That's pretty cool. Oh, shit. That's an engineering bay. That's... Gabagoon, what are you doing? That's not where those go. Bunker is coming up, looking like pretty normal. Well, hold on now. Wait a minute. What the fuck? That's not supposed to happen, I don't think. That's what this is supposed to be for. Anyways, there has, I think, not been a factory yet, which is... Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh, holy shit. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh jeez. That's not good. Oh, or that's a factory. Okay, I was gonna say, are we building another bunker? Okay, there he goes. There he goes. Okay. I'm hearing a shot. Okay, we're doing stuff back at home. There's a Dragoon. It's fine. Dude. And he just gets out. Oh jeez, that's not great. It could have been much worse though, so good job on Gabagoon for successfully not dying immediately. That's a pretty tall order. CC before next, along with the eBay way. I'm gonna be honest, the eBay block is like the most annoying thing in the universe. So listen, if we get to steal your gas for free, you should be able to eBay block us for free. It's only fair. eBay is getting rebuilt so that Gabagoon doesn't die to the DT switch. We might as well do something on the gas board. Yeah. Imagine if, like, they never put fastest speed into the game. Because fastest was a joke speed, right? They put this into the game as, like, for, like, LAN parties where you're just playing, like, complete shits and giggles. Like, the intention for fastest speed was, like, playing Smash Brothers with all the items turned on. And then everybody said, nah, fuck that. We're not even mining at the second one. We need that third nexus. Okay, there goes the SCV. I was about to say that SCV lives. How much of Terran is just like their workers are immortal, so you have to nerf the entire rest of the faction just to make up for the fact that SCVs have like 5 million HP. Okay, observer gets to see how many factories are going up. So the general baseline is that the Protoss wants to have twice as many gateways as Terran have factories. So we should see some extra gateways getting added on here. These weren't we never finished making a factory in PvP though? Yes. You're gonna build Marines and medics like as was intended. Oh Jesus. Okay. The vultures got out though. That really was just a bait Marine. Imagine like getting out of your basic training, spending hours, years preparing yourself for the Dominion Marine Corps, and then you get told, just go fucking die so the biker gang can go kill robots. And the biker gang only kills one robot. That's crazy. What's going on here? Oh. server. Looks like that SCV is about to add some additional factories. Both players on about even unit supplies. Only are stemmed up. Holy shit. The probe union is very strong in the Coach-Pupil sector. Fortunately, there are still quite a few who are not paying their dues yet. What the fuck? Okay. Gabagoon is pushing out. This is going to be very scary. So Arcanewinds, their primary objective is to pick off the tanks as they progress, and just delay the push as long as possible. Because if the tanks make it here, it's pretty much game over. But oh jeez, Gabagoon with the flanking tank maneuver is just completely ignoring the middle ground, which is probably correct because now Arcanewinds is gonna have to just retreat here and hold here. The tanks are moving up, but they are unsieged. The Dragoons could just run right on top of them, but they're gonna slightly not. The Dragoons are bunched up. They aren't. The Vulture bravely is preventing the Dragoon pathfinding from finding their way to the tanks. The Dragoons are trying to run in, but there are SCVs here to come repair them. The Dragoons are, instead of getting on top of the tanks, they are nobly, honorably choosing to fight them at a safe, attackable distance. This Dragoon does get on up on him, though. The tank is just barely going to die. The SCVs are very bad at their job, but... Well, they actually got that one. The Vultures are going to get into the base. The Dark Templar are barely not going to be able to do anything. Spider-Mine does come up. The Zealots do kill it. But this Vulture will have gotten some amount of kills. I wasn't fast enough for that. But a pretty messy encounter from both players. The Blabs, I don't think either player won that. I don't think so either. Definitely was a bit of a mixed bag of an engagement, but... it really probably was to Arcanewinds' favor because they have 3 mining bases and now they can pretty comfortably expand to a 4th. Whereas Gabagoon is, you know, they're getting their 3rd on location, but they didn't. Terran is going to have to refresh their tanks, which is a much harder ask than Protoss refreshing Dragoons. And Arcanewinds getting a 4th base for free is probably worth more than Gabagoon getting their 3rd base for free. Also, Dark Templar. So, yeah, that round of Dark Templar really are going to come out here and start doing work. Yeah, this guy... What are they doing? Yeah, they have been at least picking off unit per unit. Oh, there they go. The Vultures just kind of attacked the Command Center once, just to make sure they were... They knew who... They knew who, I don't know. I'm lost that train of thought. Anyways, well, we almost got to see a bunch of Dragoons die. Yeah. Let's turn that off. Gabagoon only on 4 tanks from the looks of it right now. They are getting enough spider mines across the map to maybe create a buffer zone, but with the observers out, the spider mines won't really do much against the roaming Dragoon hordes. Decent tank spread. Yeah, honestly, Arcanewinds might just sneak a 5th here. Transferring those probes out to the 4th. What the hell? How's this not done yet? I think there's a really old pit roast maker that serves Gabagoon at family dinners. I don't... Oh no. Although we didn't catch it, but I'm half convinced that this command center was accidentally canceled at this point, which is a bit unfortunate. But Dragoons just kind of walking by tanks. They are going to maybe get the barracks at least. So that's going to have to be rebuilt from Gabagoon's side. There is one thing that is, well, of course she talks with her hands because she doesn't use her mouth. The one thing on Gabagoon's side here is that even though they only have 3 bases, that's all Terran needs. They, yeah, 3-base Terran, I'm pretty sure beats, like, every other, setup. Probably. I just know you can't kill them, so. What is it? We're researching EMP shockwave on the science vessels. Pretty cool. Those vultures just ran right past the Dragoons. Gonna throw some spider mines onto this patch of land. Yeah, honestly, great control by both players. They are running around. Oh, and these vultures are going to get into the mineral line here. That's going to be worth a bit. What the? Holy shit. Oh. That's so sick. This is less sick on Arcanewinds' side. Cammy says, I have enough chance myself for 2 back-to-back bloodbath 1 6 those are a threat. Oh, Jesus. Listen, it just means you've watched a lot of the channel, which is appreciated. Thank you. Very good. The fact that Arcanewinds has been consistently up a base, but the worker count has basically been even all game is a good testament to Gabagoon's vultures. It really is Gaba Vulture. Okay, Arcanewinds moving out here just to kind of clear up some of the space on the map. Arcanewinds is getting their 5th base though. This patch of vultures looks like they are going to... Well, they get some full damage on the Dragoons, which is important. But... Gaba... I mean, so... In most metrics, Arcanewinds has probably been winning this game, but the problem is that Protoss needs to actually put pressure on the Terran, because if Terran just, gets to sit back and do whatever they want, they will eventually win the game. We do see that +1 armor, +3 attack is about to be finished, and Gabagoon is nearly at like 150 supply, at which point Arcanewinds is just not going to be able to do anything to prevent the Terran army from steamrolling across the entire map. We do see the Stargate being started for Arcanewinds, so once they get Arbiters, they'll be able to actually start contending with the main army, but they are donating a lot of Dragoons to this little push here, as Gabagoon is expanding to a 4th base, and, oh, Jesus. And there it goes. Yeah, so just there's going to be small skirmishes. Ooh, nope, we're going to see some Zealots drop onto the tank line here. They're going to quickly... Oh, and a storm. Double storm, triple storm. Excellent drop there from Arcanewinds. That's what you like to see. And then these shuttles have done their job. They don't really need to exist anymore. We do see a switch to Goliaths. That will help clear up some of the shuttles, and eventually with the... Okay, hold on. Let me back away from the mic a little bit so we don't pop the noise. Yeah, Arcanewinds really needs to keep Gabagoon off of this 4th. Otherwise, the advantage that Terran has in the late game is just going to be completely unstoppable. Unfortunately, I think the switch to Arbiters was just a bit too slow. We do have an Arbiter out, but I don't think there is any research on those Arbiters. And Jesus Christ, how horrifying. It sounds messed up in general. Oh, Jesus.
Is it not? Let me check.
Hold on. Let me check the... Alright, is it still bad? It is USB. Sounds good now. Okay, that's just weird. It's much better. Excellent. Holy shit. Holy, there. Mic problems did distract us from the two-prong assault that Arcanewinds posed against the Terran encampment, but it isn't going to quite destroy the big EMP blast. I think that caught the bar. And oh geez, hold on. Actually, no, yeah. Gabagoon has been completely cut in half, which means that this base is probably going to die. Yeah, the Zealots just teared right through the defensive matrix. And, yeah. The fourth is denied. So I said Arcanewinds needed not to deny the fourth, and they did. So, excellent play there. The Zealots will get shredded by the Spider Mines, but that is a patch of Spider Mines that won't eat Dragoons now. Gabagoon is still at above 100 supply. They still have I was going to say they have a healthy tank count, but I'm only seeing 3, which is a bit unfortunate for them. Most of their supply might be in Vultures, which is not where the Terran wants to be at this stage in the game, but they can recreate tanks pretty quickly. Gabagoon has a very large bank that they can draw from, so as long as they are able to seize the tempo of the match in a couple of lucky engagements, they should be able to maybe seesaw the game. Unfortunately, Arcanewinds is taking a 6th base, which is good for them, bad for the Terran. There are also quite a number of Arbiters out, so Arcanewinds will basically have access to as many recalls and stasis casts as they like. Wisely has set up a ring of missile turrets, but the tanks did snipe through a lot of Protoss units getting donated here. The tanks were able to snipe through the Zealots as they were approaching, and the Vultures were able to clean up and body block the rest of the Dragoons. Not enough energy. Me too. Me too. More stuff coming down from Gabagoon. Arcanewinds slowly resupplying their forces. They might even take the 7th base. And if the game goes long enough, if all these bases are mined out for Arcanewinds, then Gabagoon just might eventually get wrung dry. They are running out of minerals at their natural, so they need to take this 4th base in order to keep their economy healthy. This Arbiter is doing some amazing work, but this missile turret will probably come up and kill it before it actually manages to do anything. There it goes. Gabagoon has reestablished the 4th, and that really is their lifeline for the rest of the game. Mainly because they'll also be able to use this as a staging ground to eventually take the top left, which they will need to contend with Arcanewinds already kind of draining these bottom 2 bases of their resources. Every mineral that Arcanewinds is able to steal from the top left is a resource that Gabagoon won't have in 5 minutes. Recall is finally being researched for Arbiters, so I guess we did miss that. Or miss that it hadn't been started yet. Looks like that is going to be the final armor upgrade. No, only the 2nd armor upgrade for the Terran. Protoss is on 1-1, so both players kind of been this has been a low upgrade game. I do think, like, what are we looking for? Maybe one recall here breaks Gabagoon, because I think Gabagoon's win condition at this point is to just hold this base and take this base before Arcanewinds steals too much from it. Decent stasis, although I think there should have been enough. I feel like there should have been enough arbiters to sneak in here and recall here, but it looks like Arcanewinds is just going to be able to brute force their way through this space. The tanks are wasting a lot of shots on the Zealots, but the B2 numbers have thinned out, which means actually Terran OP. And with that much army deleted, Gabagoon has taken the supply lead, which generally is the death knell for the Protoss player. And now they are going to come up here and take this top base. Arcanewinds has not drained enough money, almost any resources from it actually. They drained like one round. So once they take this base, Gabagoon will be in position to basically have the full macro capability of a late game Terran, and Arcanewinds is going to have to try to figure out how to pick that apart. I don't think they have the Arbiter count to really be able to contest with that, and they're just a couple macro cycles behind being able to remax immediately. And now Gabagoon is feeling pretty confident. They're going to be able to start pressuring these two bottom bases, which haven't really been mined much. So especially if Gabagoon is actually able to take like this base on this side, they will get the resource advantage for the game. And as Terran, you don't even need a resource advantage. You just need enough resources to build tanks, and that is, they have plenty of that. Okay, defensive forces coming in, but Arcanewinds has neglected re-upping their observer count. So these the mine placements from Gabagoon are going to be extremely effective in deterring the Gabagoon army. Comes Gabagoon's army, and now this should pretty easily be able to clear up both of these bases. There really isn't much that Arcanewinds can do. A lot of their forces are too split across the map, and now if they try to attack into this base, they might be able to deny it. There's not any army here, and that's going to be the play. Arcanewinds is going to attack on this side of the map while Gabagoon's army is distracted on the right side, and they're going to try to snipe the defensive buildings. They're going to maybe try to take out the command center before this army runs back, and they're very close to being back. And then they... so the command center is going to live. They aren't going to quite get the kill on it. But now this army, if they choose to engage here instead of running away, they will get cleaned up, and Arcanewinds is going to have to resupply them. They have plenty of banks to do so, but it is not, like I said, like Terran just is going to be able to out-efficiency them. Gabagoon has fresh bases that they can just instantly retake, but the pincer, the unfortunate thing about sometimes when you surround the opponent, that's just twice as many units they get to kill, especially when there are tanks, there are vultures, there's a large defensive force here. A lot of these vultures have been pulled away, but unfortunately, listen, 3-3 vultures, I don't care what you say, or 3-2 vultures are going to be able to fight for being in this late game. It's just unfortunate. And that attack, while it stalled the economy of Gabagoon, it really didn't prevent anything. Once the army was getting back up here, they maybe could have focused down the command center and then retreated back up here to start to take this base out as well. But without that, like, confirmed long-term pressure, Gabagoon's just going to rebuild and eventually be able to remax their army. But they're kind of out of minerals right now. If Arcanewinds keeps up the pressure, Arcanewinds is max. They could just keep attacking in, and as long as Gabagoon isn't getting resources off of these two bases, and here comes the second round, so if Arcanewinds takes bad trades here, they still might come ahead. I'm going to see a stasis on these tanks. going to be a little bit awkward because the Protoss units are going to have to maneuver around them, but there really isn't much of an army here to supplement it. A lot of vultures coming in, but the defensive matrix, a lot of science vessels. See, that didn't really accomplish much. The zealots just kind of melted, and we can see there are pockets of units for Arcanewinds all around the map, and there's like a free base right here to kill. So like if there was a bit more coordination, there could have been a really deadly attack, but Arcanewinds might not need a bit more coordination. They still have a ton of minerals left over, so they can re-up their zealots like 20 more times. They still have all the bases they need. The map is still split in two, but that's going to favor the Terran late game, and we're getting into that late game as Gabagoon is going to slowly build up their bank and eventually remax their army. I mean, we can see here, even with a 20, 30, 40 army supply difference, well, it's actually a little bit less than that. Gabagoon has less SCVs. The Terran is just going to be able to just keep maxing and keep fighting, because holy shit, mech upgrades are pretty insane. There are a lot of science vessels here. Oh, it does hit that Arbiter, so that's going to be one less stasis for this fight here, unless another science vessel gets the, and it does. Not enough energy, no stasis for you. Pretty unfortunate for Arcanewinds. They're just going to have to retreat, and they are not going to be able to continue this fight. Yeah, Gabagoon's in a great position right now. Arcanewinds, their third base is drying up, their fourth base is drying up, while the fourth base for Gabagoon is fresh, and the fifth base is double minerals. A couple of tanks getting lost in the trade here. Again, Arcanewinds just needs one lucky break to stop this base from mining, and they get both of these bases for free. But if they're sending these Dragoons up until the tank push, they're going to lose them probably, but they retreat very intelligently. Wait for the next round of Zealots. At what point do you just go, fuck it, and transition to carriers, though, am I right? Like, you have the resources for it, just go, fuck it. Just build, like, 5 Stargates, get 12 carriers in a couple macro rounds, and just throw them at the opponent. No! Is going to try to pressure, and this is going to be an awkward space for Gabagoon to defend, because they don't have any units down here to defend already, and they'll have to try to get down this ramp while SCVs are retreating. They're going to want to target down that command center. But that was a good hit, though. They are taking Gabagoon off of their extra base. So right now, Gabagoon really is just on one base. And again, so is Arcanewinds, but Arcanewinds has a much larger bank to work with. So that if they get to a situation where both players are fighting for this base, it's probably going to be to Arcanewinds' benefit. The command center did not die, though, but it is having to run pretty far away. Have a great stasis. Really blocking Gabagoon from being able to attack down this range. We're then going to have a sort of flank here coming to defend the space. Structure is actually holding some. It is holding vultures, but it should get cleared out pretty easily. Or at least forced to run away. There it goes. Alright. And now Arcanewinds is getting to a position where they might just be able to flank the army that is situated up here. They have a small pocket. This could probably sneak down in here and get on top of the... Jesus. Yeah, they could probably sneak down here and get on top of the production. Really careful with those spider mines in the High Templar. So we go back up here. This base is now running out of minerals, so Arcanewinds' lifeblood is being on this base right here, and their massive fucking bank. And try to take this base. Both players are going to be vying for this base, but Arcanewinds in the main of Gabagoon. Hate to see it, but this is probably indicative of the current tempo of the game. Just the fact that Arcanewinds is able to sneak a couple of units into here is a good sign for them. They are remaxing and currently working on their plasma shields upgrades. Both players are pretty maxed out, although Gabagoon doesn't have their +3 vehicle plating, so pretty consistent. It's a wild game. Command Center is going to slowly float back to wait, what the? Oh shit, recall. Okay, yeah. This is probably going to be the killing blow on Gabagoon. They do not have enough resources to keep remaxing their army, and now Arcanewinds is a very nice position inside the base where they're just going to be able to take out a bunch of units. Gabagoon does still technically have this base available to them, but there's still a large army of Arcanewinds back here that's going to be able to consistently keep denying this, especially as Gabagoon has to keep running back here to remax. Now, really, Arcanewinds only kill vultures, but okay, here comes the attack up here. The main army of Gabagoon. Okay, that's a lot of spider mines that are going to kill each other, but Arcanewinds is mostly just interested in maybe trying to get a stasis on the reinforcing tanks. As this army runs in, there's a good stasis target right there, catches 4 tanks, that's huge, and Arcanewinds is going to be able to continue pressuring this base as they, I guess, bring an army of probes down in here, and if that SCV dies, what a hero. 2 kills on the Arbiter. What a hero. Arcanewinds is remaxing once again while Gabagoon is going to be stuck below 120 supply. Always run your Dragoons up before your Zealots, but if the Dragoons just get on top of the tanks that are up here, this stasis will continue on for another 500 years, and that's gonna... Okay, wow, no, I think that's the game there. Gabagoon just isn't going to be able to reinforce these bases. They're going to slowly run out of minerals at this base here, and the efficiency of Lake Green Cairn just isn't going to be able to propel them into a victory here. He was Gabagooned. The command centers are doing interpretive dances around the Protoss base. With this top left base being secure for our Protoss player, that is going to be the win for Gabagoon. They're out of minerals at all their bases, and they are out of bank. So, good game, wow. That was a really back and forth one. Dude, that Arbiter is a killing. Holy shit. 100 HP. And an attack is remained here. Huge size storm. Yeah, that is going to be a GG from Gabagoon. The first match, the first game of the match going to Arcanewinds. Open OBS. All right. very back and forth game. Very complex late game PvT action, PvP action. So let's just start up our next one. Our next match, of course, like all of our quarterfinals games, Game 2 is played on Deja Vu 1.1. We'll hop right into it. In the top left corner, we have, once again, the pink Protoss Gabagoon back to avenge themselves this time. They're going to go 9 racks, or what? Yeah, they're going to go 9 racks and just bunker rush Arcanewinds, who is in the top right as the purple Protoss. Both players psychologically analyzing their opponents as they micro their workers onto the mineral patches, wondering just exactly what kind of game they're getting into. As they both play standard. Is it really standard play, or are they getting into their opponent's head and thinking, yeah, I'm going to build my supply depot and pylon at the complete normal timings? Yeah, that seems to be about what they're doing. Arcanewinds scouting diagonal. Gabagoon hasn't sent a scout out yet, but is getting their refinery pretty quickly. Scouting counterclockwise. So, it looks like, okay, Arcanewinds is going to get the second scout on Gabagoon, who is probably going to just scout counterclockwise and catch Arcanewinds in the top right. Factory coming down for Gabagoon. We might be seeing a bit of a timing push, a bit of a pressure. Look. First Zealot is coming out, is going to immediately run across the map and start pressuring the SCV that's building the factory here, as Gabagoon sends their SCV out to go fight this probe. The Marine will come out and scare it away, and it looks like this factory is going to get built without any hassle from the Protoss player. Gabagoon is actually going to scout counterclockwise to catch Arcanewinds on the second scout, and here comes the Zealot with the probe support, which will be able to put on a bit of a pressure. They were just playing tag. No damage coming in. Vultures immediately. Question is Gabagoon bringing these SCVs down to start building bunkers and command centers? He is, it looks like. So that is going to be, not a timing attack, just normal standard play. Vulture's just coming out to help defend against the early Zealot harass. It looks like this SCV is going to be taken out pretty easily. So that's pretty good for Arcanewinds, who is then going to have their Dragoon start taking out that Vulture. Ooh, the Dragoon is getting caught up by the SCVs. The Vulture's just barely going to live. The Zealot is going to get on top of the Marines, though. Dies very quickly to the Vulture, and that is just some good micro from Gabagoon. Played very well and really blunted what could have been a much worse harassment scenario. They're going to be able to get there. Oh my god, that is a fully built engineering bay too in Arcanewinds' natural, which is going to massively delay the Nexus. If that's the case, holy shit. I mean, Command Center is going to maybe even be finished before the Nexus even starts. That's going to force Arcanewinds into a much more aggressive type of game, or they're just going to get out macroed and maybe die to a powered up timing push. Okay, the Nexus should start before the CC finishes, so it's not going to be too bad of a mistiming. But, ooh, uh-oh. That Dragoon getting caught out on the map is going to get taken out. Oh, no, it's going to at least take an SCV with it, and the Siege Tank misses the shot. Doesn't miss the second shot, though. eBay is down, but the Command Center finishes. Oh no, it actually is finishing before the Nexus. That's not good for our Protoss player, but like that was what we saw in the first game. So if Arcanewinds just gets a second and a third really quickly, they will be able to catch up on the macro. The problem is, I think that first game, Arcanewinds was really bailed out by a sort of a bad push from Gabagoon where they lost a bunch of tanks. And this map has a bit less open area to play with for the Protoss player. Like if Gabagoon gets like right up here, there's not much Arcanewinds can do to fight that. They're going to be positioned right outside their base and can push in relatively easily. They'll also pretty much cut them off from being able to flank them around with the third. Here comes the push. 5 Dragoons versus this. I'm feeling pretty good about the Terran's chances here. The mines are going to blunt that, but the siege tanks aren't going to be sieged. They're going to try to micro back, but the Dragoons are going to dive on top of them, and once again, Gabagoon having a push in the mid-game, or in the early game, I guess, 7 minutes. It's TVP, these go long. But push in the mid-game that loses them more than their opponent. They're going to lose all of these Marines. They lost a couple SCVs. The Vultures do survive, but, I mean, 5 Dragoons taking out 2 tanks, 2 Marines, and a couple of SCVs is really good. Holy shit. The Vultures are going to get into the main base, so this is going to be a huge problem for Arcanewinds, as there's not even any units here to distract them. The Dragoons do pop, but not before the Vultures get a couple of probe kills that are really going to make macro hard for Arcanewinds, who is now 8 workers behind. Protoss show coming in. Gabagoon already has the mines laid down. Gonna drop, ooh, no. Maybe Arcanewinds saw the mine, but is able to drop the Reaver just outside of range. He's gonna take a couple of hits, get a couple of probe kills, or SCV kills. Looks like maybe 1 or 2, but Gabagoon has the reinforcing army to hopefully take it out. But actually, Arcanewinds is going to escape relatively unscathed. Get a couple more SCV kills. Yeah, now without any Goliaths or there's a missile turret going up, but Arcanewinds can just kind of camp out there. It can make things a bit of a problem for Gabagoon. They think they're gonna have to come to the high ground and siege up here, but the missile turrets will take out the shuttle with the Reaver in it, so to look for Gabagoon, but I don't think that bunker has any Marines in there. That's going to let the Dragoons just kind of slide up in here. Ooh, really great mine defusal there. But Gabagoon, I mean, they still have a high ground. They still have a tank. Try to come down here, siege down here, and with that siege, there's just too much stuff right in this area for the Dragoons to try and like dive on the tank. And Gabagoon will get to return to mining relatively unharmed, but the worker difference has been normalized, and Arcanewinds has been able to start working on their third base behind that pressure. Gabagoon did take a bad situation, and they were able to stop it from getting worse. And once they stabilize here, you know, their army, they are Terran. They're going to have the natural late game advantage. But their tank count is unfortunately slim. Vultures are going to get out on the map, though. And it looks like they are relatively, looks like Arcanewinds is relatively unaware of Gabagoon's Vultures, which is going to be very good for our Terran player. And they're going to probably be able to scout this third base out, kill that probe, and maybe set up some mines here just to be annoying. Big Dragoon force is going to get distracted down, try to move down to fight the Vultures. Waiting for the ability to get up, but the Vultures are going to be able to skate away pretty easily. Once they get found out. Ooh, they're going to go for the engage. They're just going to slide right past the Dragoons. And probably looks like they were just told to run home, which is fine. If they can get some mines out in the middle of the map just to make things awkward for Arcanewinds, that's going to be very good as well. Full wall in here in the base, so they won't be able to get any probes there. Gabagoon working on the eggs. Unfortunate probe transfer timing. Gabagoon's going to be able to get all of them. Most of them. No, all of them? No. All but one. The survivor is going to go back to tell all the other probes what just happened. Looks like a bunch of probes got taken out in the third base as well. Comes the big push. Gabagoon really has been putting on some pressure this game, and they've been relatively, aside from, you know, a bit of a scary situation earlier, they've been relatively unharmed. They're now up to 7 tanks. It's going to be a very scary army for a mostly Dragoon fighting force to deal with. These things are going to be flanked by Vultures, making their retreat a little bit complicated. But the Vultures are going to get picked off, but slowly replaced as Gabagoon replenishes their forces. And Gaba is entirely happy if Vultures die. They don't really care. Here come the missile turrets to bait out the observers. And we have Vultures and Goliaths here. A bit of a push forward. They're going to be able to pick off that Dragoon. Maybe this tank as well. The Zealots are going to just get on top of those other tanks, but the Dragoons are going to get shelled and taken out. Oh, once again, just barely living that zero tank there, and now we're in that situation where Gabagoon, if they can just hold this high ground, they've cut off this third base from reinforcements, and the Vultures can just go down there at any time and clear everything. And yeah, but these shuttles out will maybe be able to break the hold. Maybe not with all these vultures laying so many spider mines down on the ramp, down in the general area here. Even these probes, they're just there to witness. They can't believe it. Arcanewinds for just a couple of seconds, but that observer's gonna get scared away by the missile turret, and now that these spider mines are kind of out of observer range. Oh, now they're in the observer range. But it's going to make it very hard if this observer moves in the wrong way. This field will be completely impossible to bypass. We also, it's like one tank was set down to start shelling the third, and that's going to probably be this base. Oh, no. Zealots are going to come down and clear it out. But then here come the reinforcement vultures, and again, all they really have to do is fight their own photon cannon, and they're good. Vultures can easily do that. Zealots trying to play Minesweeper, not really working. Gabagoon taking their third, doing a great job of expanding behind their aggression. Vultures are going to try to dive in, but this pylon wall is going to make it really hard for them to actually fight through. And, yeah. You can see Gabagoon just scanning everywhere, trying to make sure that they aren't missing any hidden bases. The siege tank coming in to siege will be able to start clearing the photon cannon, and with it, save this base. Arcanewinds trying to build another pylon just to be able to keep extra cannons coming. Here comes another zealot drop, and the vultures kind of dive on the probes and get more of the zealots coming in. But really the important thing is keeping these probes off of mining and keeping this base in contention. Arcanewinds has to dedicate time and resources and brain power to remembering to hold that base. Ooh, DT's coming around. There's no turrets in the back here, so they should be able to kind of sneak in. They might be able to get on top of these tanks without being seen, but it's unlikely they're going to be able to actually get too far into this because of the turrets set up by Gabagoon. Another round of vultures coming in, forcing Arcanewinds to waste more money on photon cannons. They're going to get right up in here. Now the cannon in the corner is going to be able to defend these other cannons. Oh, here comes, wow, three shuttles with a huge drop coming in. Holy, that is going to be huge for Gabagoon. Unfortunately, the Dragoons are having to waste a bunch of time firing up ramp onto these spider mines that the tanks here, they were able to clean up the infantry pretty easily, as the Dragoons just were, wasting time. They had to work through the spider mines. That was a start of a good break, but not quite. And if Gabagoon gets another layer of spider mines set up, they'll just be, still in a great position. Again, if you want to reference a lot of common metrics for determining how well games are going, and Terran being ahead of Protoss on supply is usually a great thing for the Terran player. Arcanewinds going to try to take their fourth in this top base, but that's going to leave their main completely wide open. These vultures are going to have an easy time picking apart these probes. But are those vultures going to be needed to defend the tank core of the army from this flank? Probably not. We're going to continue running roughshod over the main base and at least distracting the zealots for a while. If they start laying spider mines in the mineral line, that's going to make it really awkward. Another storm. Barely out of range of killing all these probes, but those vultures were doing a lot of work. What's going on here? Alright, another flank attempt, but with only 2 zealots helping, these dragoons are going to get torn apart by the tanks, so they're going to have to back up. But now they're going to be sandwiched between this tank army over here and this tank army here. Yes, one tank can probably fight an infinite dragoon. Nope. Wow, that third base is still alive. Fourth base is getting established, but it's very late. Protoss generally wants to be at least one base ahead of Terran at all times, and with this base basically going unopposed, Arcanewinds is still playing catch-up. Dragoon Strike Force might be able to come in and put pressure on this base, so there really isn't a clean way for Gabagoon to reinforce it. Their tanks are all on the other side of the map. They can lay spider mines down, but with the observer here, that's not going to be too much of a deterrent. Dive in, Vulture's going to get right on top of them, lay the spider mines right in front. Great Dragoon control picking off the spider mines, but every second that they are wasting on Vultures is a second that, one or two siege tanks just have to retreat, siege like right here or over here, and that's going to be the end of this. Also, SCVs can just fight Dragoons. Oh, nice spider mine hit. And that's going to be it. So this base, pretty much, aside from losing the supply depot, not too much damage here. And now with double siege tank coming up here with missile turret support. Never mind. But another push attempt up here. There's gameplay happening all over the map. Another attempt to dive onto the nice storm on those central two tanks, but again, the army of Arcanewinds is just split in a bit too many directions to actually be able to contend on any single battlefield. And there's the GG as the third base falls. Look at that screenshot. Gabagoon takes game 2, so we're going to have our first game 3 of the day. Wow. That's pretty crazy. CPL transition. And with that, I need to do the match. Gabagoon on 1-1 split. Let's get our game 3 set up here. Let's see, our game 3 map of the week was Vermeer, SE 2.1. We'll just go ahead, hop into it right away. Because I want to see where this match goes. And where it goes is having Gabagoon in the top left as the pink Terran once again, and Arcanewinds in the bottom left. As the red Protoss this time, they switched up their colors. And while we contemplate, we watch these workers mine their minerals and contemplate all the possibilities that this game can go into, I'm gonna step away for half a second. Look at this guy. Whoa. Alright. That SCV sure was mining minerals, huh? How about that? That's pretty crazy. Whoa. Okay. Still, well, looks like, you know, first game, second game, third game, same as the first. Very similar starts. Both players playing very standard. Zealot walking across the map to put the pressure on. Gabagoon mining their gas, getting their resources. Factory going up. And here comes the Z-Lot. But there are already 2 SCVs and 2 Marines here, so the Zealot just kind of freaks out, runs away, doesn't know what to do. Yeah, can't really do much against this small army here. Engineering Bay, the probes both come out and kill it before the eBay is able to actually really finish up. That might actually be huge in the grand scheme of the game. Gabagoon setting up their defenses, getting their Vulture and whatnot out, but here come the full reinforce. Oh, SCV barely staying alive. Both Marines, all Marines are really low. One goes down. All the Marines are down. There's now a Dragoon and a Probe versus a Vulture and 2 SCVs. And the, you know what? I'd bet on the Dragoon, apparently. More SCVs are having to get pulled. The bunker is delayed, and now this Vulture's going to have to get repaired before they're able to come back down and finish the fight. Arcanewinds is able to kill that low health engineering bay as Gabagoon has to untangle this Dragoon being in their natural. But with 2 Vultures, 3 SCVs, it shouldn't be too hard. However, Arcanewinds is going to get the Nexus up before the CC finishes, or CC starts, I guess, maybe. Well, Gabagoon is saving the money for it. Arcanewinds? No? Yeah, it's going to be CC before Nexus. Arcanewinds still going for a bit more of an aggressive, getting that Robo facility up before their Nexus, just to get those observers out as fast as possible. It makes sense when you see your opponent going so heavy into Vultures. So, there we go, we're back? Okay, we're back. Good. Yeesh. Okay. Weird audio problems. What's going on? Okay, there's a Vulture. There goes the Vulture. Server heading out. Nexus finishing. Standard stuff. Pretty standard stuff. Both players playing good games. Good games. Observer is going to get in for free, though. Gabagoon, because their engineering bay was not finished, they aren't able to get the early missile turrets up to keep this observer out, giving Arcanewinds pretty perfect information. They'll be adding on the extra gateways here pretty soon. There goes the SCV scouting there, and Arcanewinds taking their third. Gabagoon, meanwhile, just adding on to their siege tank count. main bulk of the army kind of walking around into the center first, while the Vulture kind of distracts this Dragoon. Keeps Arcanewinds from knowing exactly where they're going, but it looks like the army's going to try to put pressure on this third base. They'll probably be able to succeed because I think like sieging up a tank like here might be able to shoot at these Dragoons. But yeah, these tanks are going to siege pretty quickly to be able to fight these. No, actually, Arcanewinds is going to back off a little bit. Oh, and the Nexus does get canceled, so Arcanewinds is okay with losing it. Probably isn't going to try to put up a fight. Looks like the probe is going to be sent to build the third here instead, which is a bit safer. Oop. Getting into the bases. And Spider-Mine's down at the gateways. Very annoying, but very effective. Third going down for Arcanewinds. Moving up to 5 factories for Gabagoon. So yeah, we're transition. It's standard gameplay. Not much to add to this. As both players are playing, you know, none of them are getting like supply block. They're all macroing exactly correctly how you're supposed to. So very cool stuff. I do like the shuttle play. It will help Arcanewinds. It helped them. Emergency pylons to block the vultures, pretty cool. But I don't think Gabagoon has scouted this third yet, so they won't really know what's going on yet. And if they rescout this base and think that this is Arcanewinds' third, they'll have not a great idea of what exactly is happening in the game. Looks like that is exactly what's going to occur. This vulture going and scouting the bottom corner. And as Arcanewinds is going to move out to try and put some pressure on Gabagoon. Probably try to keep him off of this third base. The observer does scout that it's not happened yet, but that's going to be really hard. They have to come up here and attack over the bridge and deal with like tank sieged on the other side. So yeah, Arcanewinds is just going to back off, scout around, try to do like clear any mines that are out on the map. But Arcanewinds going up to 4 bases now is going to be doing very good economic work. They're getting their Stargate up. Assume that's what. Assume it's somewhere. I don't see it, but is it behind the mini map? It's behind the mini map. So yeah, no, they're getting their Stargate up a lot faster than they did game 1, so that might be really helpful in taking fights better fights earlier. But here comes a big push across the map from Gabagoon. Lots of tanks, a couple vultures for the spice, and let's see, here comes the Zealot drop on top of the tanks. They are getting dragon mines, Psystorm landing on everything. Oh boy, well, that's not good. Yeah. Slow Zealots just walking up to the tanks is a little sad. But Gabagoon retreats, and if Arcanewinds overextends, there's a nice chunk of army here ready to kill whatever goes to fight. Server gets picked off. A little bit counts, and we're re-upping the spider mines on the map. All is good if we throw up some down. This base is completely open, so these vultures want to try to do that. Looks like instead they're going to try to just lay spider mines out in the main staging point for Arcanewinds. They should be able to pick off a Lagoon or two. DTs are going to roam around the map, just ensure they're probably going to sit at like this base and maybe in the corner just to ensure that Gabagoon doesn't like sneak a base. But here comes the push into the third. Like I said, it's going to be a little bit difficult as they're going to have to get shelled by the tank on this side of the river. But without like a command center actually being built here yet, Gabagoon isn't really going to lose much just playing a bit more defensively. The CC is built in the main, so it really just is whenever Gabagoon feels like taking this. Now DTs are out. There are enough energy for a scan. There it goes. But now you're gonna have to deal with the second one, and there's a ComSat station. Gabagoon does see that the fifth is being taken there. As he's gonna want to build just some stuff to try and cover this. Now here comes Arcanewinds again. Now this is gonna be the make or break moment. There's a stand taking the DT out. So as long as this core of this army is removed, which it looks like it is going to be, this piece is going to be very safe to land. And Gabagoon will be successfully into the mid/late game. Huh. Jesus. It looks like the... What the hell? Why is the... Oh, no. We're going to pause real quick. Why is the... Okay, no, now the desktop... Okay, now the audio is back. What the fuck? What the fuck? I don't even know what... Okay, it should be fixed back again. We're back in this game. Fifth is denied by Gabagoon's vultures. Small army's gonna try to clear them out, but they're mostly just gonna get ignored. The vultures can keep running around doing whatever they want. Third is now fully saturated by Gabagoon. Just living their best life. Macroing up. Supplies are about even, although Arcanewinds has a little under 10 worker advantage. Pro's going to go back in, reestablish the Nexus, just get that fifth base back up again. Let's see, we have more vultures. Really, these are, you're paying 75 minerals for 3 spider mines, and you get a cool bike along with it. Looks like that spider mine landed. Again, they're just going to keep putting down these spider mines, make it really awkward for Arcanewinds to fight across the map. Come back up here. Base hasn't even been made, and the vultures are just going to be able to start picking off at the pylons. Siege tank count is looking pretty scary. Arbiters and Recall are coming up. So Gabagoon's going to have to be aware of that. They have their science vessels ready to go, though. So all players are looking pretty good. Arc there. Gabagoon is going to take a fourth, though. Shuttle picked off. Hopefully that wasn't carrying anything important for Arcanewinds, but Gabagoon must be feeling pretty secure right now. They've had just been really comfortably macroing up. See what the upgrades are at. 1-1, 2-2 is on the way. It sounded like they picked off all the High Templar, which is pretty... you will trade Vultures for High Templar any day of the week. Both players approaching being maxed out. Arcanewinds in just a couple seconds. Gabagoon might have 1 or 2 more macro rounds. But again, maxed out Terran about to have +2/+2 against Arcanewinds is just +0/+2. It's going to be... going to be interesting. Zealot army baited into taking this engagement. They are going to get a couple of siege tanks though and force Gabagoon to kind of have to reposition, but with the Zealots kind of melted through, the siege tanks have full range. There's a science vessel on location, so there are plenty of shields for it to EMP if Gabagoon wants to try. Gabagoon is going to have to try to push out to hold this position though, because they need to protect that 4th base, but Arcanewinds doesn't know about it yet. It looks like Gabagoon is going to reinforce the position. Arcanewinds does have 2 Arbiters that might help them break this, but get a good couple of staci on the backline tanks. They can just kind of run the Dragoons up and collapse in on the main ones, but we do have Science Vessels. EMP could come down at any moment, and there is a... Stasis has the most, disturbing radius, because, how did it just hit these 3 tanks, and then down here it hit, half this army? Arcanewinds, unfortunately, is lacking the Zealots to be able to run up into these, and a lot of them are going to get baited by these Vultures coming in to try and just flank the army there. But here comes the push in. The Stasis probably still has another 500 hours left on it, so this attack should go off pretty great for Arcanewinds, and it does. They collapse right on top of the tanks. Clear the army out. Gabagoon is now going to have to figure out what they do from here. Maybe they were thinking if they could flank with the Vultures, they could pull the army down, and that could have worked. Unfortunately, Arcanewinds did not take the bait, and instead is going to be able to just barely, they're going to at least get up into here, although they might not be able to beat the command center. The upside of Stasis is you basically tell a portion of the Terran army that you don't want to fight them now. The downside of Stasis is you're going to still have to fight them. Gabagoon is going to clear out the Protoss incursion and be able to comfortably retake their fort. Zealots coming on top of the siege tanks now though. Defense Matrix taking a lot of damage, but the Vultures are going to clean them up. We still have a couple of Arbiters standing around, not really putting out damage. They have on attack. Also recall the base and Stasis ramp. That is a definite possibility for Arcanewinds, who while they were putting the pressure on Goons' 4th base, they've gone up to 6 bases. Very good probe catch out here for these Vultures. Now they are going to run out. I mean, the Vultures are doing a great job of staying out on the map, laying down spider mines and just making it really annoying for Arcanewinds to maneuver. Looks like, okay, so one Arbiter got picked off. There's still pockets of, you can see like the red is just kind of pocketed everywhere. There's just like a couple of units. Gabagoon is going to want to be very careful about this Arbiter because at any moment it can kind of just fly back into this base and recall. And the same thing with this Arbiter here. A recall into, like, Gabagoon has a very strong force out on the map, but like a good recall into their main or into one of these natural areas could be very dangerous for them. That's a lot of gateways. This game is looking really familiar to Game 1, where Arcanewinds just gets so much economic advantage from expanding out, and Gabagoon just kind of is focused on defending, that they aren't putting out the pressure across the map, which they've been doing a good job with their vultures, but the photon cannons, the sort of defenses that have been put up, have just been really hard for them to actually move around. Arcanewinds has very good pylon placement for keeping their probes safe from roaming vultures. Again, there's always the factor. You gotta factor in. This is a late game Terran army. We're at +2/+2. We're working on that +3 vehicle weapons upgrade. One solid centered push. Oh shit! That wasn't the greatest recall I've ever seen, to be honest. I'm not sure entirely how many tanks they took out, but a goon only recall into spider mines and siege tanks. I mean, those are the kind of plays that'll get Gabagoon back into the game. And again, like, that's what I mean. It kind of gets back to that thing. Same thing as Game 1. The macro for Gabagoon, in terms of economy, the Terran economy is not doing great right now compared to the Protoss being on, well, having taken 7 bases. But late game Terran is just insanely hard to deal with at a baseline. And so if Gabagoon is able to put together just a solid single push and get the initiative of the game in their favor, they could run through it pretty easily. The Terran upgrades currently still, let's check in on them. Still sitting at 2-2. So +3 is on the way. Protoss upgrade is at +3 attack, +0 armor. So the Protoss is very much in glass cannon mode. The Zealots get on top of the siege tanks. They will shred through them. That is 4 Arbiters. That's a lot of That's a lot of stasises coming out. But 1 EMP on the Arbiter there. Zealots are just going to get on top further on top of the siege tanks. The Vultures are kind of just now getting made, so they're not really going to be able to support them. Oh, Spider-Mine is going to at least chunk some of the damage, but the Zealots, they're getting, like, the siege tanks are going to have to siege with the Zealots on top of them, and that is not a fight that those tank commanders want to take. A lot of Zealots die into something here, and Arcanewinds is just going to continue collapsing on top of Gabagoon. Looks like the tank supply is basically mostly spread out across the whole map. There are a couple vultures here and there, and it turns out Arcanewinds really is the one who put together the concentrated push while Gabagoon was kind of caught out in the middle of the map and had to retreat. Took a lot of extra damage from those Zealots just getting on top of them. This base here probably is going to get cleaned out by these Dragoons, or at the very least going to have to stop mining, as Gabagoon's going to have to figure out where they're going from here. Unfortunately, where they're going is Arcanewinds winning the game. But a very well-fought match here. Both players again, back and forth. Gabagoon, unfortunately, just couldn't quite keep the pressure on to keep Arcanewinds off of all these extra bases. Very impressive play from both players, however. Big win will go to Arcanewinds. Look at that score. I mean, just really, wow, 12,000 more minerals spent in total. That number doesn't quite add up, I don't think. But with that, we are going to transition, move to our next match, which is going to be Manadog versus Hexe. So 2 points for Arcanewinds. Both Shift, Clique, and Mutallica have a point on the board. Okay, matches. Oh. Alright. Manadog versus... what the fuck is this username? Manadog versus Hexe in a Zerg versus Terran. Terran versus Zerg. Game 1 on Eclipse. We're going to start that right now. We're going to hop into it. We're going to keep casting. Okay, let me see. I need to play that. Whoa. Okay. Excellent transition. Champion redeem play / cast a game in original graphics. Fuck. There we go. Holy shit. Oh fuck, wait, no. Ugh. Can you believe people this used to just be the game. F5 now. Okay, in the top. Okay, this is gonna be hard to read. Oh Jesus, they played in free-for-all. Or wait, no, what is this? This is free-for-all, right? My god. In the top right as the yellow Zerg, we have Hexe. In the bottom left as the gray Terran, we have Manadog with an alternative username. My god. This just was the game. This is how people used to play. 4x3, just... You couldn't zoom in. What's the hotkey for auto zoom? 6. You just always had to look at it like this. There was no zooming in or out. Overlord on the way across the map. As Hexe is looking like they're probably going to go hatchery first. Manadog getting their barracks up. Thank you, Champion, for the redemption of casting a game in original graphics. My god, oh my! The progress build on the barracks is bugging out. It's not used to the various zooms. Mana's color is really hard to see in alternative graphics. Thanks a lot, yeah. Let Manadog know that, why the hell did they choose gray for the cast in classic Starcraft graphics? It's hard to see all the new colors. But Manadog getting their expansion up. Barracks is already up. And with the sort of the hatch first into spawning pool, this should be pretty safe. Manadog will be able to get their bunker and a good marine force out to defend it. Also, as a TVZ, I play neither of these, so if I say something incorrect, it's probably because I'm very stupid. So feel free to say that in the chat if I say something that is obviously wrong. We see a layer going up. As usual, Zerg will want to go into Spire for the Mutalisks. This SCV is just barely going to get out and live, although this Zergling is going to have something to say about that. Let's see, Overlord is situated nicely in their little peep corner. Marines set up. And looks like Manadog is going to forego getting the bunker, which they probably won't need. Engineering base started for the missile turrets, as is standard. You know, you don't want to randomly die to 6 Mutalisks killing all your SCVs. Spire is started, second extractor is started, so Hexe is hitting all those good Zerg timings. Manadog's Marine army is building up slowly. Academy is up, so we're going to see medics added into the army. Oh. New SCV is going to try his hand at scouting. Looks like it's going to be pretty normal. Hexe misclicked where that drone was supposed to go a couple times, but it does get there eventually. Third hatch on the way. As the Mutalisks are beginning to spawn, this Overlord is going to get picked off, and that's going to supply bot Hexe for just a brief second here. It is going to make the additional Mutalisks a bit harder to spam out, but with 2 summon colonies on the way, at least the base will be defended from the initial bio push from Manadog. Okay. Oh, never mind. I missed some of the Mutalisks. That's going to be 8 Mutas out, and that's going to be really annoying for Manadog to deal with. They're going to just probably start camping over these cliffs and sniping off these lower bounded SCVs. Or diving into the main, just ignoring this turret and just straight going for the main SCVs. Or they'll run right into the turret there, but good micro will move them around. Manadog already in position with the Marines. Gets on top of the Mutalisks, but Mutas live forever when there's more than 5 of them in a single group. Oh, except for that one, I guess. And the Mutas are going to have to look for a different hole to poke through. Oh, geez. They're going to... Wow, that is a bit of a needle threaded. No real damage here done by the Mutalisks yet. And that's 2 Mutas that just died for that, so... Manadog has done very well for setting up their defenses, while Hexe is just going to continue poking and prodding and re-adding Mutalisks and trying just... All Manadog has to do is mess up once, and these Mutalisks are going to be able to get a lot of value. Yeah, a bunch of Mutalisks being added now. That should make up... they should be at 9 Mutalisks total once these get added to the army. Well, 10 actually. And now here comes the push out from Manadog, but with the Mutas kind of just always... Ooh, some Marine picks. Oh no, the medics! Wow, medics can take a lot of damage. But again, the primary purpose of these Mutalisks is really just to annoy Manadog. The not taking damage to the SCVs is Manadog's priority. Hexe's priority is to keep this Marine Medic Ball at the base so that all this tech that's occurring up here, the Hydralisk aspect, the Queen's Nest that's been built, has time to advance forward. And now with the missile turrets taken out, the Mutalisks have free reign in the main. The SCVs are just, the Marines are rather just lining up, get a bunch of them just kind of die for free, and I think we only lost one Mutalisk. Well, we lost a couple Mutalisks. But again, back at the base, Lurker aspect halfway done. Queen's Nest has finished, so the Hive tech is, you know, coming momentarily. Third hatch here is ready for its assimilator. And the third assimilator is kind of the make or break for late game Zerg. It lets them produce pretty much all the tech they need. That Hive has started, and here comes the big push from Manadog, trying to put the pressure on Hexe. However, with no, with kind of just Mutalisks out, they're gonna have a hard time stopping the Marines from walking over, especially now that enough missile turrets have been put up. But 5 sunken colonies, 6 sunken colonies is a lot of sunken colonies. And, you know, a big scary Marine Medic Ball is still going to have a hard time fighting through that, especially when Manadog is going to have to choose between focusing on a push or defending against this, this flying swarm. Lurkers now spawning. And Hexe is moving into that late game tech. Hive is going to finish up here, so we will see the Defiler Den drop pretty much almost immediately after the Hive finishes. Marines are continuing to be pumped. Manadog has Irradiate and 2 Science Vessels coming out, which means that the Mutalisks should stop being a threat, and they'll be able to, you know, give them that late game Terran play. We're just seeing standard play. Big stim. Looks like they're going to be able to pick off 3 Mutalisks. That's pretty big. But as the, you know, as we're entering into the late game, the Mutalisks are going to be a lot less important. And in fact, kind of like sacrificing them to bait Manadog and try to just keep the army. Never mind, there's a bunch of skirts there. On top, 1 Science Vessel gets picked off for free. But here comes the big push. This is going to be the sort of... Oh, nope, where's that Science Vessel going? This is going to be one of the, you know, make or break moments. Is Manadog actually going to be able to put up enough pressure here? Now, they do have the Science Vessel, they do have the Irradiate, so they can start picking off Lurkers at the very least, but, again, Manadog's going to have to decide where are they going to push. Are they going to try to push into these 6 Sunken Vessels and way more Lurkers? Or are these few remaining Mutalisks for Hexe going to get a successful sort of harassment run in here? There's a couple of SCVs that are out of protection of missile turrets. There goes a Scourge, trying to pick off that Science Vessel as you know, basically every 75-ish seconds, one of these Lurkers dies for free for Manadog. And they're going to want to keep re-upping more Science Vessels in order that they can keep doing that. The Defiler Den has started, so Consume is finishing up, and that'll let the Defilers... You know, once Dark Swarm comes down, Manadog is really going to have to focus more on expanding than on trying to break this, because Marine Medic isn't going to break through Dark Swarm Lurkers anytime soon. Manadog's going to have to focus more on just drowning out Hexe's minerals and starving them out. Which, I mean, they are doing a good job of. There's a huge army here that is just going to continue to exist. And the Science Vessel is going to be looking out. They're looking for the Defilers. They really want to get the Irradiates down early. One of these Lurkers is irradiated. And there goes the Overlord. So if that once that Overlord dies, Irradiate does go down on the Defiler. Again, every 75 seconds they get a free kill, and if it's a Lurker, that's good. If it's a Defiler, that's great. The Overlord, I think the Overlord actually lives through an Irradiate. No, I'm not. I'm wrong. The Overlord doesn't live through the Irradiate, but with that Overlord dead, oh shit. Defiler gets taken down by the Irradiate before it's able to Dark Swarm. It gets a Consume off. Dark Swarm's right in front of it. So now Hexe is going to try to break out and get into the middle of the base, but all their Defilers got irradiated by Manadog being on top of controlling Hexe's units. And yeah, that's 5 Science Vessels out. That's a lot. Every minute or so, that's going to be 5 more units that Hexe just kind of loses for free. They have a lot of Lurkers, but a lot of Lurkers will die eventually to infinite Irradiates. Especially as Manadog is on fucking name. As Manadog is now on their 4th base, they have taken like basically they have all the macro in the world they could want, and their win condition is just making sure that Hexe never gets a 4th. That they're kind of stuck on these 3 bases forever. I'm not the one who picked their name outside of the system. Okay, there's an Irradiate on a Lurker, and again, every single one of these is gonna get an Irradiate on a Lurker, on a Defiler. There's only 3 Defilers out, and all of them are gonna die now. And are they even gonna get the Dark Swarm out? They aren't. Dog shit when cat piss enters the ladder. Ugh. Oh no. Yeah. And now we're in the turbo late game Terran where Manadog is making battle cruisers. I think the game is basically over at this point. We've lost, you know, half a control group of Defilers, 2 just 2 Irradiates. The Science Vessels, I think 1 Science Vessel has been destroyed this entire game, and they're just coming in looking for stuff, right? And every time they come in, they just get to irradiate another Lurker or another Defiler, and that's going to be another like 200 gas, 250 gas that Hexe's going to have to replace here. They do finally get the Spore Colony up, but like, what is the what's the game plan, right? Like they just come in from this end. Now that is a huge plague. And with all the Science Vessels a little bit wounded, that means that Hydralisks can now kind of try to poke in and snipe them down. But again, like, Manadog's just playing good, clean, defensive play outside of their opponent's base. They're on 4 bases. They're on 4 mining bases. They have like a bunker up to defend. Hexe, they have double the workers of Hexe. They have double the supply nearly. Yeah, Manadog is just playing a good, clean, like, closeout of a game. Like, there's an army of Zerglings that's going to, you know, come around here, cancel this base, come down here and die to a bunker. But well, that SCV must be feeling pretty awkward. There he go. Okay, so here comes the push out. Sorry, completely missed the unirradiated Defiler, but we now have battle cruisers. So what the hell's happening? Okay, yeah, the Dark Sword is going to be able to get Hexe out onto the map, but battle cruisers, I'm pretty sure Yamato Cannon one-shots Lurkers and Defilers. Yeah, I'm actually 100% sure that battle cruisers can one-shot Lurkers and Defilers. So, you know, that means every minute an Irradiate is killing a free thing. Every 2 minutes a Yamato Cannon is killing a free thing on, like, a battle cruiser. That's insane. And, you know, Manadog has quadrupled the economy. It's looking pretty bad for our Zerg here. Terran is going to. I mean, yeah. I mean, like you were saying earlier, the win condition for Manadog is starving Hexe out, right? As long as they can keep reinforcing science vessels and battle cruisers and holding this area here, then Hexe is going to eventually run out of, most importantly, run out of gas. The minerals don't matter as much. I mean, you see this battle cruiser is literally just going to flank over here and start killing. Oh no, there's battle cruiser over here already, just killing drones. So here comes the push out again. The defilers are living, but unfortunately this defiler it does not have enough energy for the next level. And so that's, I mean, yeah, Hexe was trying their best to you know, claw their way out of their mains, but unfortunately Manadog held a very strong defensive position there. Oh my god, look at that game. Oh my gosh. It's insane that people played this game for 20 years. Just look at this. like that's how you know Starcraft is an amazing game, is because people played it when it looked like this for 20 years. Well, the old graphics used to look better. Remastered engine broke them. That is true, though. The remastered engine does make this look blurrier. Check old screenshots, yeah. So true. I mean, I think there's still like versions of 1.16 floating around as like pseudo shareware that you can download and test that theory. Also, it is also probably like the new colors don't look great. Like, I mean, compare like how the gray Marines look to like how like the yellow Zerg looks. So like it's a bit different. Anyways, thank you again for the redemption here. But holy shit! All right, let us. Okay, I'm gonna replay that transition. Zoop. Match. That is gonna be a point on the board for Manadog. Going 1-0 against Hexe. Let's see what our next game. I have 20 more of those banked up. Oh my god. The streams do be going though. Let's see. Next game is gonna be on Deja Vu. We've been in this place before. GG's, thank you for watching. And then our second game of Manadog versus Hexe on Deja Vu. We're starting. We have so many. We have a whole group to get through, and we don't want to. There Breeze is casting later this afternoon. We don't want to run over for their sake. In the top left, and isn't it nice? The overlay lines up with the replay thing now. It's so nice. We have Manadog in the top left as the yellow Zerg, and the bottom left we have. No, wait, hold on. No, holy shit. We have Hexe in the top left as the yellow Zerg, and in the bottom left we have Manadog as the black-ish gray Terran. Yeah. What a game. What a series. Yeah, standard stuff, nothing crazy. No 4 pools. Alert. There's no 4 pools. There's no center racks. So, like, you know, the match could be better. Okay. Let's not try to spike the mic up. Okay. Counterclockwise scouting over Lord. Oh my god, it's been so long since I've cast games, I don't know how to speak anymore. Counterclockwise Scouting Overlord, which is the correct way on this map in case somebody's building stuff in their natural. We get to see it a little bit faster. Dog Mana is going out to scout. Words. We have a barracks coming up. Standard stuff. Nothing crazy. What's this SCV doing? Oh, this SCV is going to scout as well. Manadog absolutely does not want to get caught by some type of rush, which is fair, because if this was a 4-pool, it'd be really funny, but it's not. So Manadog is just kind of scouting just to be sure they see their opponent on a 4-player map. Having game knowledge is one of the most important resources in the game. They don't tell you about that in the overlay, though. Yeah, but so the Marines are going to pop up, and Manadog's going to be able to get their expansion probably pretty easily. This looks like it was hatch first again. Hexe is going to be playing a similar game to game 1, as is Manadog. Hexe is just going to really probably try to not get contained into their main base and their third, which should be a bit harder for Manadog to do on this map because it doesn't have the natural, and any potential third base don't have the same sort of general choke area that they lead into. Yeah, really fast layer going straight to Spire, standard Zerg stuff. Manadog is going to see all this, and the SCV will eventually get chased out by the Zerglings, but not before Manadog pretty much knows where the game is going. They know that we're playing a standard game, no hits below the belt. You're going to the tech like the coaches tell you to. The reason the coaches tell you to tech like that is because it's the smart thing to do, because Mutalisks are OP. Manadog is getting a bunker up this time. And we should see the academy being added on. The engineering base shouldn't be too far behind. And that means that the missile turrets should be able to be up in time for the Mutalisks to come in and not do too much damage. Oh shit. Zerglings with speed. Oh, that SCV's dead. And yep, Manadog is pulling SCVs to help defend the bunker in the base. That is very smart. Very good positioning here as well. The Zerglings are going to have to be manually told to attack these SCVs, or they're just going to run away, because Hexe is correctly assessing that this is not an attackable position. There are too many Marines here. Bunkers up. The SCVs are body blocking pretty well. You see the Zergling just kind of, he's trying to get to the juicy Marines in the core, but there's just a hard SCV shell kind of blocking them from the good shit. However, this is a little bit different from the other game, because now Hexe has a large number of Zerglings out on the map, so there could be a Mutalisk Zergling like pincer attack. If the Mutas distract too many of the Marines and gets them up into the main base, the Zerglings can kind of swarm over the natural, take out the bunker, oh, there goes that SCV, take out the bunker, and then swarm into the main base while the Marines are up here dealing with Mutalisks. But we will see what direction it takes. 6 Mutas about to hatch. Zerglings still out on the map. Firebats are coming out to deal with the Zergling. That's a pretty smart variation of this. Firebats are much tankier than Marines, and their DPS against Zerglings is like infinite. They're very good. But the question is oh no, but the extra Zergling defenses delayed the missile turrets just long enough that the Muta are going to be able to keep picking off SCVs. This missile turret is just barely able to finish. Not even. Yes, it is just going to be barely able to finish, but the Mutalisk can kind of spike with missile turrets. Missile turrets do 0 damage almost actually all the time. So SCVs are going to be on top and heal it, and that's just enough SCVs repair to scare the Mutalisks away. And again, there is still this Zergling army waiting in the wings. Not the metaphorical wings. The Mutalisk's army is literally waiting in the wings. But the Zerglings are as well for whenever like this sort of front gets emptied out a little bit too much. Manadog, meanwhile, throwing up missile turrets in their main around their command center and barracks so that the Mutas don't get any, they don't get things for free. They are going to take out this missile turret though. Yes, and they might actually be able to fight those Marines, but Hexe is just going to keep trying to just bait them up. Again, if too many Marines get dedicated to running up here to defend against the Mutalisk, there is this massive Zergling army waiting to attack the natural. So, pretty good stuff. Third base for Hexe is going up in the far right corner. Again, this is just something that's available to them that makes Eclipse harder for Zerg, because now if Hexe's able to hold this third, they're going to be pretty easily able to take this natural. Whereas Manadog, if he wants to keep Hexe on 3 bases, he's going to have to split his army here and over here. Mutalisks continue to harass. Look how low all those Muta healths are. They're going to get right on top of the Marines there, and that is going to be a lot of damage. The missile turret is going to finish. The Marine is going to stay alive, but the missile turret's going to die again. We heard the bunker empty in order to... Oh, those Marines really hate that barracks. That's the bad barracks. They don't deserve the good Marine swap there. Again, the Mules are maybe a bit overcommitting, but here come the Zerglings again. Ooh, Firebat in the barracks? That's kind of embarrassing that the Firebat range is only just barely able to stop the Zerglings from getting in. But when the Firebats unload, get up in here, they are actually going to be able to clean out this entire army from Hexe. Now, what is exactly does Hexe have? Hexe has a bunch of Mutalisks waiting back home, 8 Mutalisks to be exact. They have a third base coming up. They're down about 7 workers. So, was that pressure good? Manadog doesn't have too much. Supply-wise, Manadog isn't doing too crazy. So these Mutalisks will be able to, come in and do a little bit extra pressure. And again, Hexe's win condition currently is probably just to keep Manadog busy long enough for this third base to start mattering. But unfortunately, Hexe's losing a lot of units doing that. There really hasn't been a switch over to Hive Tech yet. Hexe's kind of hard locked onto resupplying their mutas. Oh, they do get a little patch here. Marines coming up to support the mineral line. So again, not crazy, Nothing that would indicate either player is ahead right now, I don't think. Manadog's having to spend a lot of money building missile turrets. And Hexe is going to get the scout. They are going to know that the science vessel tech is on the way. And they have found a bit of a weaker angle here. There's only really one group. They dive on this science vessel, but they're going to get scared out by the Marines, and they're going to take a bunch of missile turret damage on the way out. Sandwich in here. I think it's only like 4 Mutalisks left, so they might get fully cleared by the remaining Marines and missile turrets. And Hexe really hasn't been building much. They looks like they may have been hyper-focused on microing these Mutalisks, and it's just going to end up Manadog is just defensively just way too solid at this point. Hexe, though, they're still making mutas, and again, it's really just the distraction play to get this third base online eventually, right? Hexe is catching up in workers, and so if they keep Manadog worried about building missile turrets in their base, they will eventually have the space to get into their hive tech stuff. Unfortunately, with the science vessels coming out, a good irradiate on the Mutaclump will basically give Manadog free reign to start just pushing across the map. And there are no sunken... Okay, well, the science vessel is taken out. There is another one in production, but it was taking a while. And... oh no, never mind. There's a second one already made. But again, so Manadog is just going to be free reign to just start pushing across the map. In fact, I'm kind of surprised he hasn't started already. You know, a scan of the base of the main here would show that there's no sunken colonies, which means that like the Marine medic is essentially free to kill this base. But we do have the hive transition. Again, the Mutaflock just keeps growing. But against, you know, 2-3 supply science vessels, you know, again, an irradiate is going to kill the entire group. So here they go. They're going to try to fight, but a bit of a bad angle there. This Manadog is just, you know, probably waiting for a few extra science vessels. There are scans going down. Not sure exactly what they're looking at. Looks like maybe they're scouting out these bases up here. And that might be... there's the irradiate. We're going to see... okay, pick off. Oh, it was an irradiate on a Scourge. You know, when the units are pumped up like that, it's essentially random what you get. The science vessel just barely doesn't have enough irradiate to catch those retreating Mutalisks, but getting rid of 2 Scourge is also pretty important. Marines are going to walk across the map to try to take out these 2 bases here. And, I mean, with that, like, this base is pretty safe. There's enough missile turrets that the Mutalisks won't be able to get too much damage done. And there is nothing defending these bases yet. The sunken colonies are going out in the main, but there's enough bio here to just chew through them. Hexes yet to figure out what they're doing here. As it looks like Manadog, they're ignoring the natural, they're going straight to the main, they're getting that timing attack before these sunken colonies finish. And, you know, Hexe's gonna try to like jump into the main here, but there are 4 missile turrets. They'll at least, at the very least, delay the Mutalisks, give the SCVs time to run down to the 4 missile turrets in the map. So, a couple of defending Marines as this base is going to be quickly taken out. I mean, without that extra 3rd base, the long game plan for Hexe is kind of dead. So, that's a GG well played. Manadog takes it in a 2-0 match here. Oh, shit. Test. Fuck. Wait, hold on. Shit. Why is the mic duplicating on the desktop audio? That's not right. Test. Okay. Huh. Okay, it's back. Jesus. I probably need to do something to fix this computer at some point, because it has so many problems. Alright, Manadog took it 2-0. Shift-click takes the advantage in the Tier 1 quarterfinals. Now moving on to Poyo and Azizi. We're gonna hop right into it again. We got games to get. We're casting. Scenario is unavailable because it is invalid or corrupted. Wow. Poyo versus Azizi. Looks like we have another Protoss versus Protoss match, our favorites. And we're going to see what the hell be happening. Alright, shit. Are we back? Okay. Another successful transition. In the top right corner, as the pink Protoss, we have Poyo. And in the bottom... God damn it. What the hell? Okay, I think it's fixed again. Jesus. No, it's not. Now it's fixed again. Maybe. Who even knows at this point? Holy shit. Alright, bottom left. Red Protoss, Azizi. Top right. Pink Protoss, Poyo. Neither of them are well, actually, no. There's still time for them to go 9-9 gauge. I believe in them. It's just not a proxy 9-9 gauge. Both players get their gateways, scout across the map. Fairly similar timings for both players at this point. The 10-12. Yes, Azizi. Excellent. Azizi going for the 10-12 gate while Poyo is going for the gas. Technically, I do think this benefits Poyo, as they will be able to get their Dragoons out in time to deal with the additional Zealots, but it will come down to micro. Oh, probe fight, probe fight. Generally, we should see a cybernetics core, or well, at least Poyo get their own second gateway. So that is generally the correct response to seeing 2-gate, is you get your own second gateway, and you maybe add on a shield battery depending on how you're feeling. The Eclipse ramps are pretty defender advantaged, so you probably won't need the shield battery itself, but getting the additional So getting the cybernetics core and skipping battery will probably be helpful, especially as Poyo, if they scout around, they'll see that Azizi is getting their gas, so they aren't going to be fully committed to the Zealot pressure. But again, 3 Zealots on the ramp and then just reinforcing them will keep Azizi alive for a while. Started mining the gas. They do have 2 Zealots on the ramp, so they should be getting their cybernetics core here. It's interesting to see, actually, that Azizi has kind of mind games Poyo, and now they're getting their cybernetics core faster than Poyo did, even though Poyo got their assimilator first. So I almost think that Azizi, a bit of a miss micro there with the probe. Again, if there was something where they could have mineral walked up here and broke the Zealot wall, that would have been great. But we actually are seeing a situation where Azizi is really has really taken advantage of the fact that Poyo has completely over-indexed how much pressure is being added from these Zealots, right? And because now Azizi has producing double goons, they're getting their singularity charge up way faster, like it's starting as the cybernetics core for Poyo started, and Poyo has like 5 zealots that aren't really going to be much help once this Dragoon army gets over there. They're going to be able to sit on the bottom of the ramp. A zealot will stand here for vision and then get blinked away at. We see a forge being added for Azizi, so they're just going full. We're going full Gateway Man upgrade time. And it looks like the expansion is coming down as well. So Azizi actually has moved a 10-12 gate into a fucking macro build, as their opponent is having to catch up to, you know, having way overestimated how many you know, zealots were going to come attack them. And I think speeding up the Citadel of Adun is the right thing to do here. If you have more zealots than your opponent, or if you have, you know, zealots and your opponent's going dragoons, one of the ways you can equalize that is getting zealot legs. Sort of ambushing your opponent with speed zealots and just getting on top of that dragoon force can be really surprising. You can kind of scam a game away from there. But Azizi is getting up 2 photon cannons. My headset cut out again. Jesus Christ. Okay. Huh. I might have to get a new headset. Genius. Anyways, Poyo's gonna attack. Oh, they're also getting the Templar Archive. They're actually getting the Templar Archive, so they're probably gonna go for DTs or just getting Storm earlier. I think if they were going for DTs, they wouldn't be getting the Singularity Charge right now. But with 3 gateways, I mean, they're going to have to do something, because they won't be able to let Azizi take this expansion. They're way too far behind at this point. No, it's going to be DTs. Unfortunately, yeah, so Azizi's already prepared for this. They have the 2 cannons, so the scout is going to be completely fine. This probe's going to run up here, probably die, but is going to see that there is no nexus, right? And with there being no nexus, I mean, Azizi has to be feeling great right now. They have enough of an army. They have 2 cannons. Their macros looking pretty good. Oh, they're even adding a cannon into their main in case if there's like a shuttle drop. And here goes Poyo, is setting up to take the expansion behind this push. And it looks like they should at the very least make Azizi get a little nervous. Let's see. No, actually not. There's plenty of dragoons, and they can always just retreat to behind the cannons. Meanwhile, let's see where let's just watch. Let us observe. Not everything needs a We're gonna try to jump on top of the cannons so that the Dark Templar is able to sneak in. Unfortunately, there is already the photon cannon in here, and it's gonna get the shots to take out the Dark Templar. But there is still 1 Dark Templar alive, which means that this expansion is going to break, and this next one is going to die. There is no Robo, and as soon as the Dark Templar comes out, it can start like the pylon, so you get rid of the units that are on the ramp. Finding so much space for Poyo. And now Poyo's looking like he's in a really good position, hopefully. Really, Azizi really sure has defended those photon cannons, but yeah, Poyo, I mean, I just, that DT could just be getting free Dragoon kills right now, because these Dragoons have to hold position on the ramp. But yeah, no, Poyo gets their expansion up, and they're going to be able to start macroing up and counter. So again, the DT just needs to start killing Dragoons. The photon cannon doesn't matter. Oh, he's going to go for a gateway instead. The Robo hasn't finished. The DT might actually kill a gateway before the Observatory and Observer get out. But the game has been very good for Poyo, and actually, yeah, they aren't just going to be able to kill this gateway. There is a photon cannon coming up that will be able to kill it, but we're gonna have to see if that is it's gonna be just too late for it though. So that's pretty good. One gateway killed is maybe not worth the Dark Templar. They're pretty easy to rebuild, but now we can just start taking swipes at this one. The Observer will be out before it dies, but that is I mean, Poyo just took so much advantage over the game in like this push. I mean, if this DT is focusing down this gateway, it might actually kill this gateway too. Oh my god, it's actually going to kill the gateway. What the fuck? That honestly is... That's really good value for a DT. Especially since Poyo's now on 4 gates and there's no way that Azizi can contend with that now. Like, this army is going to reinforce it, and you just attack. Like, you just fight. You take that fight. You speed Zealots. Yeah, there's just no way. Yeah, I think Poyo just goes, yeah, I win. I take this fight. Yeah, get on top of these units with the Zealots. And, yeah, there's even a flanking Zealot here that was from earlier. And there's sandwich these so much damage. The Observer for Azizi is going to die. So the DTs that are still alive are now just still having free reign over it. There is not another Observer in production. And for Poyo, that's the game. And there's the GG from Azizi. Yeah, yeah, it's just is not you don't want to be on one base while your opponent's taking their expansion back and limited your gateway. So GG's. Poyo is going to take game 1. Let's take a look at that scorecard here. Pretty cool. All right. That is a point on the board for Poyo. Let us move on into our next game 2 of the cast. This is going to be on Deja Vu. Once again. Start it immediately. Oh shit, hold on. Oh, transition. There we go. In the top left, those colors are very similar. As the blue Protoss, we have Azizi 11, and in the top right, as the red / okay, unfortunately, the joke of the name only works if Poyo is pink because it's Kirby. Because Kirby says Poyo in the Kirby game, so that's the. So it only works. So I have to. We can't cast in red versus blue. It has to be like this for the name. I will get sued if I don't. So yeah, both players are good. Top left is easy. Top right Poyo. This is not a 2-player map, so we might not see the 10-12 gate as immediately, but it is like we will be seeing what happens here. Players get their pylon, no early scouts, so nothing suspicious. They should probably both be scouting on gateway, and then we're going to see if there's another 10-12 versus assimilator, or if like both players are going to play more standard on the 4-player map. Gateway for Azizi, gateway for Poyo. They're both gonna scout. Looks like both going counterclockwise, as you do on maps where the natural's a bit. Oh, actually, Poyo is going straight down, while Azizi is going straight to the right. Poyo is getting their assimilator again this game, but Aziz is not far behind, so no early game pressure shenanigans. Azizi heads up. Doesn't find anything. Or, I'm sorry. Fuck. God damn it. Okay, fine. Poyo heads up, doesn't find anything. Azizi does find Poyo's base. Sees the assimilator finishing. So Poyo's going to be just a little bit ahead. Cybernetics core does go down. If you remember our first match of the day 3 hours ago, that just being a little bit ahead on that assimilator timing, if the games are clean, that can really matter once you are like, you end up being a minute faster on your second gateway comes down for Poyo before a cybernetics core, so that is interesting. Azizi doesn't quite spot that, but now Azizi has the, even though their assimilator was a bit later, I mean, Poyo isn't even mining gas right now, so, really interesting dynamic here. That earlier gateway, what's that do? Azizi gets the Dragoon range. So if they're able to put up more pressure, I think, well, it's kind of like game one, right? Where Azizi ended up having a bit like faster Dragoons at Dragoon ranges, but they didn't actually convert that into any pressure on their opponent. And so Poyo was able to macro up this really powerful timing attack of an army and bust them. And that probe is dead. So, and again, still, Cybernetics core is only just now starting for Poyo. Azizi sees this, and I mean, like, you get second gateways just start. You get 2 more gateways to start pumping the units out. You can at the very least keep Poyo on just the single base for a long time. Zealots marching across. Oh, there's 5 zealots on the map. So it is going to come down to Goon Micro if these zealots actually manage to kill anything. If they get good hits on those. Whoa! Dude, that zealot. This is a shameful zealot. That probe walked right past us. Alright, so we're going to have to see again. The Dragoon Micro's going to. The Dragoon Micro is going to be everything here. Or we're just going to retreat. Macro up a little bit. Get the Robo Facility. Get the Reavers. Poyo just starting their Singularity charge. But, Azizi, assuming the macro cycles are clean for the rest of the game, Azizi's going to be 3 Dragoons ahead. Consistently. There we go. I mean, then this is it, right? It's just the Dragoon Micro is going to be able to pick off those zealots one at a time. And Azizi's going to have a very strong army to just start pushing over. This zealot, of course, is going to make it a problem. So the Robo had started before, but then they canceled it, I guess, to get a Dragoon on the gateway cycle. But now Azizi is kind of having a problem where their Robo bays are pretty similar. Azizi's going to try to fight up the ramp. They need to get on top of the Dragoons. They really easily are. And once with those Dragoons dead, the Zealots will melt. 4 Zealots to 5 Dragoons is not a great trade for Poyo. Poyo instead is just going to try to march those Zealots into the main of Azizi, but there's already a Dragoon there holding it up. These Dragoons could just be marching across the map to go kill. Again, just keep Poyo in their base and then expand behind it. That Dragoon is just barely going to die, but with the entire Zealot army taken out, Poyo is now going to have to play defensively and keep these Dragoons up on the high ramp. Wow, look at that probe. There is a scouting probe ready, but there is already an observatory and a Robo Bay up, so Azizi is more than prepared in case Poyo is doing any weird tech stuff. Poyo's actually going to be taking out the eggs on the ramp to make it easier to reinforce. But, again, it's really going to come down to, can Azizi just try to break up this ramp? Probably not. That missed chance is keeping that Dragoon alive far longer than it should be.
But again, Azizi can just easily expand behind this. They have the observatory, they have the protect. So their goal is to just keep Poyo on one base. So we're actually... The Reaver is coming out, though. So this is very interesting. This is kind of a fun PvP thing, where sometimes the player with more gates just wins randomly, and it doesn't matter at all what the other one is doing. And so, you know, the game has been in Azizi's favor here pretty hard, but with 4 gates pumping Dragoons, Poyo's army is going to scale like just exponentially faster than Azizi's, and so like it's going to depend on this Reaver, and you know how Reavers are. So if this Reaver gets some good shots, Azizi should be safe with their expansion, but if Poyo is able to dive in, bait a couple of Reaver shots, and then like clear it out before too many Dragoons die, they will just take control of the game. Alright, so here's the posturing, and again, Poyo's just going to try to break this. If Azizi gets this base up and is able to get like 2-3 Reavers out on the low ground, Poyo's going to be in a really bad position, especially as Azizi adds on their extra gateways. If this breaks, oh, here comes the Reaver. What an insane shot. Oh, they're diving the Reaver. They do take the Reaver out, but the arc from Azizi were much better than the arc from Poyo, and Poyo is going to have to retreat back. Unfortunately, those extra Dragoons are not going to be providing as much power as they would need to break this, and here comes the second Reaver again. The Dragoons are just going to try to dive in, but unfortunately, that second Reaver is going to be the deal maker and completely clean up the remaining Dragoons. This pylon doing great work just blocking the Dragoons from being able to easily micro into the natural, and Azizi holds and defeats the timing pressure of Poyo. Good games, good games. Fun, clean. That's some clean Protoss, I tell you what. And again, that's our second 1-on-1 game today. So our second time we're going to be seeing our third map, Vermeer. I'm gonna hop right into it. In the top left, we have as the blue Protoss, as the green Protoss, Azizi 11, and in the bottom right we have Poyo as the Kirby Protoss. These have been some good PvPs. It's interesting just to see how like all the different permutations of how the build orders can end up. Pylon off of Poyo. You see pylons for players. We probably are just going to continue to get a pretty standard games. Vermeer as a 4-player map makes it a lot harder to do kind of cheesy proxies or like you know, really commit to a 10-12 gauge zealot pressure. But it's always possible. It's always possible. But it looks like it's going to be 10 gate, 11 assimilator. The usual play for like what you would consider the most standard Protoss builds, and that is how it is going. Poyo does immediately scout diagonal. I'm sorry. Well, Azizi does immediately scout diagonal. Poyo is just not scouting, which is interesting. But the immediate diagonal scout, seen it a couple of times. It is risky because it's like if your opponent is like to the left or right, you could end up like completely horribly having to like diagonal scout twice to catch them. But both players see pretty standard stuff. Poyo is actually getting an early zealot, while Azizi is skipped their first zealot for a bit faster cybernetic score, although it doesn't make a huge difference. The zealot just comes a little bit later. Pylon. Poyo tucking that probe away to Poyo actually going to scout. So again, they're probably going to scout up and over and catch the base on the last scout. Whereas Azizi is getting perfect information about what Poyo's up to. Poyo's actually going for a Dragoon before range, so they're going bits to be a bit of again, just getting the unit out with the probe in the base. It makes a bit more sense since you want to kill that probe pretty fast. Azizi, of course, is getting their singularity charge. Dragoon, actually very similar times. It could just be there's a bit cleaner macro on Azizi's side that lets them, you know, get that singularity charge 10-20 seconds faster. Both players. Oh, there's Poyo's second gateway, as you do. So they've been going for a bit more of the. Poyo's been being a bit more aggressive this match, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them just kind of gateway up and, you know, try to again just break whenever Azizi goes to expand. Just try to run in and break them. Azizi getting that robo facility, so getting those reavers early to try and defend. So again, this is just kind of the classic PvP situation where, you know, is you have tech. Like what? I don't. There's probably an easy way to sum it up as a rock paper scissors thing, but the problem is it's like PvP is like you have your rock paper scissors builds, but then there's like a 20% chance that the way everything works is flipped, and you just randomly lose anyways. So like I would say normally, getting tech early will beat pressure, right? Because you're gonna have reavers faster to defend against a bunch of games. But if the reavers do reaver things and are dumb, then you know, you might just still lose anyways. In the same vein, if like Poyo gets an earlier, a faster Nexus, that's going to be going for fast reavers because the economy has to slow down. Azizi is getting the observatory first, which does make sense because they were in this base for a long time, and Singularity Charge did not start until the probe left. And so instead of getting their, you know, reaver tech, well, instead of like, you know, going straight to getting observatory and robotics, they are just getting the observatory. Interesting, good micro from Azizi, keeping that Dragoon alive on just barely a probe. Does think but the Dragoon count is once again in Azizi's favor, and they're going to be able to push across the map and keep Poyo up on a single base. Poyo is ignoring their observatory and going straight for the support bay, so they are going to probably doing a reaver pressure, but Azizi already has a bit of a Dragoon advantage. They already have, you know, the tech up. They're going to have observers out, so they're going to be able to know exactly what Poyo's up to. I mean, this is a great position for Azizi right now. Oh, this coach is in that name, huh? Okay. And again, that first observer is just staying back because Azizi is worried about Dark Templar because they didn't see the singularity charge. They didn't see the core spinning before the probe left. Here comes the next Dragoon Conga line, but Azizi has a very nice concave setup here in order to catch these guys. And there's the Nexus. So Azizi, I think, has set up a very solid defense here. Here come the Dragoons. They're going to try to come in. They're going to back up very quickly, though. They can't take this fight. Hope that Azizi is getting sniped down. Some extra damage can put on the Dragoons up here. Damage is getting spread across all the Dragoons. Ooh, that guy a little bit out of position. And he will get sniped. And Poyo's going to have to retreat. Won't be able to maintain that as the Reavers come out. Azizi's also getting a shuttle in order to better ferry the Reaver off. Poyo is not going full in on aggro this game. They are getting a Nexus behind. They will be a little bit behind Azizi, but they won't be too far behind that they have to completely dedicate to trying to break this expansion or lose. And again, we saw in that first match, what can shuttles do? Shuttles can keep your Reavers with your army as you're pushing across the map. Shuttles can also deliver the Reavers on a silver platter to your opponent in a wonderful 140 health package. So the Observer is now going to start roaming out on the map now that Azizi is pretty safely running with their Templar. The Reaver's going to move up and start looking at the Dragoons. Ooh, nice shot there. This pylon is going to probably die at some point, though. Azizi adding on their third gateway. There goes the Reaver. An additional pylon getting laid out the front. The Dragoons are going to have to back off, as if they try to dive the Reaver, they'll just get counter-dived by these Dragoons, who are now going to take a very nice angle and pick off another one. As Azizi is just cleanly moving across the map. Poyo getting that Templar tech starting it, so we're probably going to see, similar to Game 1, some Dark Templar mixed into this army, just as a Hail Mary, where if, their opponent hasn't been keeping up to date on observers, the Templar are going to be able to easily snipe them down. We actually haven't seen any tech for this Robobay come up yet. Both players playing... Looks like both players are kind of retreating and getting their bearings back. Position Dragoon. But Poyo actually ahead in workers, surprisingly. They are about 10 supply down, but that can be recovered extremely quickly. Is that 2 Reavers? That is 2 Reavers and a shuttle. Probably going to be a first moment of truth. If Azizi is able to... probe dead. If Azizi is able to take a good... Oh no, the Dragoons are... Whoa, holy crap. Yeah, Azizi is going to get completely surrounded. But the 2 Reavers are going to make a difference makers here. The shuttles were dove upon, so the Reavers are now still walking. However, Blizzard, Scarab damage is a lot of damage, and Azizi still has a ton of Dragoons to rely upon. These Reavers can just keep walking across the map, and once they get over here, there isn't really going to be much to stop them. Zealot speed is being researched, but, we're going to need some research just to deal with these Dragoons. Zealots aren't great against Reavers. They die very quickly, and, Yeah, no, this is it. Yeah, Reaver's outside the main here. Poyo's gonna have to try to dive on them to get them finished to get like Zealot to bait shots. But it looks like this base is gonna get broken by Azizi, and with that, Poyo's gonna lose a lot of their income. And oh no, especially if those Reavers start taking out probes. They're inching forward. There they go. The probes are getting taken out. The natural base of Poyo is looking really thin, but the goon count is also getting very low, and without the goons, like, you know, safely defending the Reavers, there's not going to be a lot that Azizi can do to prevent the Dragoons from diving them, except the one thing Poyo can do is G. Follows it up. Azizi takes this match. Well played from both of them. That initial engagement there with the, I really thought it was going to go differently. But again, Reavers and Shuttles, so powerful. Everybody was good. Everybody was... Is it Goon Fu fighting, or is it Kung Fu gooning? Do we want to take a moment to think about what Kung Fu gooning is? Probably not. Let's move on. We do not confirm. All right. 1, 2, 3. And now with a 3-1 lead, Shift Clear looking pretty good for that for those tier 1 matches, I gotta say. Let us move on to our next match of the day, which is going to be TheHyde versus AgGe in... Well, look at that. It's another Protoss v Protoss, our favorite. Dude, this is actually just the gooning group. We're going to spend all day gooning. That was a joke. We weren't supposed to. But we're going to hop right into it. We're going to keep the goon sesh going as we hop into our next game on Eclipse. AgGe versus TheHyde in the top right as the white Protoss with the pre-order sick as hell Nexus skin is AgGe. And the bottom left with the normal Nexus as the gray Protoss is TheHyde. And I think with 3 matches left for the tier, this puts Shift Click, no, 4 matches, no, 3 matches left in the tier. This puts Shift Click on match point for winning tier 1. So no extra pressure, just something to think about. This all already happened, but that doesn't mean we can't have a bit of a sense of suspense about what goes on here. If you're stumbling across this on the CPL YouTube channel 3 years from now, you won't have any context for who won what or what tiers or what, you know, quarterfinal matches are played where. So we can keep the suspense of the tiers. Maybe. What's going on here? We got gateways, we got pylons, we got scouts. It's a Protoss v Protoss. Nothing crazy going on. No cannon rushes. No 9-9 gates. It's okay, I'm fine. It's okay. It's fine. It's not like Eclipse, where like half the map is buildable and 10-12 gate, never mind. AgGe understands this. They're both going 10-12 gate. Holy shit. That's crazy. That's pretty crazy. TheHyde getting a couple extra probes, while AgGe has gotten an extra pylon, so they will not be supply blocks. We're gonna have good, clean Zealot on Zealot action. We're not gooning this match. don't need to goon. We just need to be zealots. Oh. AgGe's probe is caught out, does get taken care of. But, oh, they're also getting their assimilator. Oh, they're both getting their assimilator. Never mind. AgGe's assimilator is a bit faster, but... And hey, that could matter. That could be important. Once these players start gooning, there's no telling where this game is going to go. Oh. What's going on down here? Oh, there's some zealots. Wow, this probe's still up in here. Imagine if it just started building photon cannons. How fucking hilarious that would be. Anyways, Cybernetics Core finishing up for AgGe, and they have enough resources for Singularity Charge, so we're probably going to see that started here along with a Dragoon, and then as soon as that gas hits 50... Oh, no, they're going to get a Zealot alongside that Dragoon. But, I mean, AgGe, like, again, they both went 10-12 gauge, just AgGe made the transition to Dragoons a little bit faster. And so, you know, they cut that extra corner and were able to get in. HyDe, however, does have 4 extra probes. Oh, shit. So, you know, and they're continuing to make probes. So, interesting. So HyDe is going to see the Dragoons come out. He has a pretty good idea of what his opponent's doing. I would guess we're going to see AgGe just kind of move across the map, hold this lower ground, and maybe expand behind it just to, you know, keep safe. But it looks like the HyDe might also have a similar idea. If both players push out, so the HyDe is... Ooh, who's going to expand first? The HyDe does have the extra gateway on the way, while AgGe is getting tech. We saw in the last match that tech does beat the extra gateway if you get Reavers out. I wonder if pushing across... Well, yeah, it'll be fine to push across the map. AgGe still doesn't quite have the army to contend with here. In fact, actually, their early Dragoon, I guess, you know, they had to go into a robotics facility, whereas HyDe is fully focused in on going full gateway, so that lets them have the few extra Dragoons. But with the Robo done, AgGe actually taking their 3rd base. That is very smart. It's possible at the high end. I mean, they're putting the pylon up here because they're so focused that one of the hidden bases is going to be in the bottom right. But they're going to see that there is no expansion here. But is this probe going to see it? The probe is going to catch this 3rd, so this 3rd is going to have to get canceled or get taken out by HyDe. And it does get canceled, and then HyDe actually puts a pylon in the place there. That's really bad for AgGe. But they getting their observer, their support base coming up. The supply isn't too lopsided for HyDe, although, you know, HyDe doing a great job staying on the map. You know, supply block AgGe there. AgGe's already, you know, below supply, and being supply blocked at, you know, 43 is really bad. Would not be surprised to see that Nexus come down here, and AgGe just really doesn't have the space in order to be aggressive at this point anymore. The observers are... AgGe's going to have perfect information because there's nothing to counter these observers yet, but HyDe has just played a super clean game up to this point. is not in a position where they can just be losing their probes. They're 6 probes behind, and HyDe is keeping their probe production very fresh. AgGe is getting that faster shuttle movement, though. Is it gravitic drive? So, you know, it's always possible Reaver just drops in the main, kills 20 probes, and you just win the game from there. But with the HyDe's own observers kind of getting out and being prepared, they should be able to see that that is exactly what's going to happen. If the observer gets over there fast enough, that shuttle is almost done and the observer's still halfway over. But there are a lot of pylons out on the map where, again, if AgGe accidentally hits any of these vision cones, they just transfer over to the natural. There's a Dragoon, there's some units, there's 4 gateways, there's some stuff at home in order to defend, but again, PvP. It's a rock, paper, scissors, but there's a 20% chance you just lose anyways. This Reaver is that 20% chance. I love the building the pylons out around, like having the minimum amount of pylons needed for your home base infrastructure, and then just building them out around the map. Because your opponent, like obviously, if your opponent can actually get out, like it's fine, but like, ooh, AgGe is finally expanding. But again, oh shit, yeah, see, no, exactly. The pylons out on the map caught the shuttle, and so now AgGe is going to have to try to figure out. They're barely catching up. 20 supply loss. They're getting their expansion, but if they try to move their army down to defend it, that's really just, I mean, honestly, yeah, like HyDe could just come over here and start attacking into this. They have, 50% more probes, and see, now that they know the shuttle's out, they're adding on the photon cannons. They can just start putting pressure on this base here. AgGe is going to move down. Forge is coming up, so we're probably going to see a couple photon cannons added here just for defense. Because otherwise, AgGe is super dead. Shuttle is still alive, carrying Reaver and 2 Zealots. But man, HyDe's macro is just on point though. They're getting the photon cannons up in the main and natural, so it's going to be really hard to actually drop in there. At least drop in there and get probes without dying too quickly. And there's just such a huge army sitting out front. AgGe's, AgGe's edge in this game is that they do have Reaver tech, but I mean. HyDe is going to be going for Templars, and Storms are really good. Dark Templar are really good for maintaining map control. Also, I mean, just like look at the vision that HyDe has of the map. Like, he's just completely in control of the game almost. Zealot speed starting for HyDe. Both players are working through their +1. AgGe's going to try to push out to catch that observer, but no, gets the observer for free. That Dragoon will eventually heal its health. Zealot takes some hull damage, but is otherwise fine. I think if HyDe had maintained having an observer over this natural, they really could have made it annoying for AgGe to expand down. As is, though, HyDe getting up to 6 gateways, they can pretty much get their 3rd base whenever they like. Here comes the shuttle, but again, look at all the photon cannons that are set up. This is just going to get picked off. AgGe is going to try to find the exact perfect angle. Does get the Reaver to drop, but it wastes the shot on the Dragoon, and 20%. All I'm saying. That was crazy. All right, here comes the big push, though. Zealot speed is almost done. It's a bit of an anti-timing. +1 is almost done again. A bit of an anti-timing, but I mean, does it matter? Look at how many Dragoons Hyde has. I think it probably doesn't even matter that this Reaver is here. It won't have any good angles on these Dragoons as they're kind of just forming a single file line to go, like, take their turn to beat the shit out of it. But never mind. Dragoons on the high ground, Dragoons on the low ground. That Reaver just barely surviving. The Forge is going to die, though, and that's going to prevent AgGe from No way this doesn't. This +1 weapons cannot finish. There's no way. Okay, so the Reaver goes down. The shuttle still lives. Oh, no, it doesn't. I can't believe that AgGe is getting the +1 from this. That's pretty good. So losing that +1 upgrade and having to rebuild the Forge would have put him so far behind. But just getting that Forge barely alive means that he's not. It's probably gonna die in the next attack, but it means that like for at least the next 2-3 minutes they're still on parity. Hyde really needs to take their third base so that they can maintain their economic advantage, because AgGe is now also caught up in workers. Hyde does still have like a 50 unit superiority, and they're starting to finally mix in that splash damage from the Templar, but like AgGe has gotten a series of really good breaks. Well, you know, maybe the +1 is the gift for having originally lost the Reaver shot on the probes. Zealot is going to be running around just checking for pylons. Now, this is the unfortunate part about Hyde's sort of pylon placement style, is that as soon as AgGe has the space to get units out on the map, that's like 3 pylons that could potentially really make things awkward for Hyde's macro. Both players are getting Storm. Okay, it looks like Hyde is finally getting their third base up. AgGe is going to have to try to break out of it at some point. But that supply differential is just really tough to beat, even with, like, you know, 2 Reavers. Pylons going down, 4 pylons going down, trying to get into the natural, gets picked off by the cannons. AgGe is getting +1 armor instead of +2 attack. I think armor upgrades a little bit faster than attack. I guess, yeah, the question is just like, where is this game going to go from here? Both players are starting like running low on their resources in their main, so you know, they're both going to need that third base. Hyde just already has theirs. AgGe's going to have to try to break for theirs. Psystorm is about to be finished for AgGe, so they're going to have Reavers, they're going to have Psystorm, and those might be the splash damage Hail Marys they need to make the 40 supply differential like reduce down. If they can get like a couple of good splashes and be really efficient with this engagement, but the question is, like, Hyde has storms as well, so let's see. We're gonna see the Reavers drop. Storms are coming down. Storms not really hitting much. The Zealots of AgGe kind of get shredded through as the Dragoons are going to collapse down on top of them. All the High Templars seem to have been taken out. We just have the Reavers left, but now we have an army of Zealots and Dragoons charging in. The Reavers are going to be wasting their shots on the Zealots, so all the Dragoons are going to be able to eventually break their way in and clear the base, and that looks like the game is going to go to the Hyde. Eventually. GG's well played. Alright. That is game 1 going to the Hyde. AgGe down a game. But There's a whole other set of games that we can. Oh shit! Fuck. Okay, pretend the transition worked. There's a whole other set of games to play through. Let's create TheHyde versus AgGe Game 2 on Deja Vu. In the top right, colors are a little similar. As the blue Protoss, we have AgGe looking to make their comeback in this match. And at the bottom right, we have TheHyde as the red Protoss on the match point looking to finish it up. AgGe had a couple of bad breaks last game. They had a Reaver drops that didn't work. Some unfortunate engagements. TheHyde had some very good macro control, but that if you know if that Reaver drop was like micro pixel to the left and was able to actually catch those retreating probes, that could have been a very different game. So both players played very well. Anything could happen. Pylon is going up. No, never mind. Pylon is going up in the natural for AgGe, so it's probably going to be just a forward-looking gate. Forward gate from both players, rather. So it'll be interesting to see if this is just going to be them placing... AgGe is probably going to be really fighting to get their Nexus up. But if TheHyde scouts that forward gate, that means that there's not really going to be a ramp for AgGe to retreat up to. It's actually going to be a 4. AgGe's going for a Forge Fast Expand. What does TheHyde... So TheHyde just gets their Assimilator, skips the Zealot, makes a ton of Dragoons and places, right? Photon Cannons are tricky to deal with for Protoss, but not impossible. And if AgGe only has like 1 or 2, and TheHyde shows up with 6 Dragoons, then it could be really bad. The fucking 4... Holy shit. What the fuck's going on? Oh, that's insane. No! Okay, that's really bad for AgGe. But holy shit, the out-of-base gateway is some insane fucking spice. Yes. That's fucking insane. So he builds Cybernetics for, and he's just gonna immediately be reinforcing the dreams right outside AgGe's base. And with this, okay, the probe is going to get back in. If he gets the fucking photon cannon up, the Zealot doesn't quite see it. The Zealot doesn't see it. Holy shit, AgGe is pulling TheHyde in every fucking direction. No, but the probes have been pulled. Wait, was that a... I'm sorry. I usually don't like the rewind in the cast, but I do need to see if that... I do need to see if this was a kill or a cancel. Okay, it was a cancel. Oh my god, AgGe gets the kill on that. So the probes being alive and just being annoying is insane. This is going to get canceled as well, but the point is, you got a probe kill. AgGe really is getting the Zealots behind this. TheHyde is getting Zealots at the proxy gateway. But I mean, there's a lot of minerals going to keep this, keeping this aggressive. And unfortunately, that probe was boxed in by the cannons and was taken out by the Zealot. This probe is just kind of attacking the gateway there. AgGe's kind of, their attention seems to be split all over the place. and they're not really spending as many resources. They're getting their assimilator, they're getting their second photon cannon, but here's the problem: is as soon as these dragoons start coming out for the HyDe, you just treat it like a Hydra bust, and you just take them one layer of cannons at a time. And like dragoons, even without range, I'm pretty sure we'll be able to fire at this gateway outside of range of the cannons. But I mean, even they're gonna have range eventually. The gas is at 428. HyDe doesn't need. Only has 2 probes on gas. Doesn't even need that many. Yeah, and this forward gateway is insane. We're gonna see the probes slowly tear down these pylons as well. So AgGe's gonna have to spend another 200 resources just to keep his supply in line. A tall order, finally getting the cybernetics core. I don't know. Maybe you don't get the cybernetics core here. You just get the expansion up as fast as possible. Just flood the board with cannons and hope that like you'll catch up eventually. But yeah, no. See, the dragoons even without range is able to start poking away at the gateway. We're gonna see dragoons with range be able to really easily engage these cannons and zealots. A third gateway being built at the proxy at the front base. I mean, once this gateway dies, AgGe will have to rebuild them in its main. So it's gonna be a huge investment lost here. I feel like we're playing bunker with it. I feel like we're pretty sure who's winning this game, unfortunately. AgGe, if they had managed to get any of these photon cannons, if they had managed to get either of these photon cannon proxies up, it could have been very different. But as is, these zealots and dragoons are going to be able to come in here, at least break the expansion, and then probably just be able to march up the ramp and take that as well. I mean, we have 5 dragoons, 3 zealots against 2 photon cannons. I mean, they're going to just dive right now and tear through. There's a couple of zealots. Again, it's a bit of a clumsy attack, but the zealots getting on top of the photon cannons will tear them apart in seconds. And eventually, the photon cannons are going to finish on the high ground, so they may be able to start riding through, but the zealots are going to take a bunch of shots, tear through the probes in the front wall, and then get on top of the cannons on the high ground. And this is being backed up by 3 gateway production. AgGe's 1 gateway just finished. Photon cannons are going to get taken out here now, and that is going to be GG, and HyDe's going to take the series. And probably, I respect the cannon rush, but HyDe responded really well to it, and the forward gate is such a fucking sick response to not even just being cannon rush, but just the forward fast expand in general. All right, wow. Let's take a look at where we're at in our matches. HyDe 2-0ing, I believe, wins the tier 4 shift click. Listen, I said I was biased coming into this, so hey, listen, there's good players out here. But of course, the tiers, it's not just about winning each tier. Every win in each match counts towards the total points, so that doesn't mean that the next matches don't matter. We're going to Bekrul versus River as our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th match of the cast. We're fucking gonna hop right into it in the greatest match up of all time. Zerg versus Zerg. The greatest games are ZVZ. And in fact, I'm going to check how are we doing on time. It is about 2 p.m. 5, 6 minutes. I'm going to do some very quick math here to see if I can take a break or not and get some food. Okay, we're gonna hop into the ZVZ. How long could it take? And then I will reassess after this match. Bekrul versus River, Zerg versus Zerg. First map, Eclipse. Loading in, starting the match, doing the transition slide. Whoa. In the top right corner. As the red Zerg, we have River. And in the bottom left corner, as the blue Zerg, as the teal Zerg, against River being the purple Zerg, there's the teal Zerg Bekrul. Because colors are fun. Yeah. ZVZs are the best matches to cast because there's always shit happening. We have two overlords roaming across the map. I'm gonna see what they're doing. Fridge. I have like at least 3 more hours in me. I'm gonna be honest. Like there's a whole second fucking tier after this one. If I'm not able to end the cast and immediately send you all to Breeze's cast this afternoon, then I will have failed in my mission. What's going on here? Oh, there's a hatchery. So this is gonna be a 9 hatch from River versus Bekrul going up probably a 12 hatch. Hatch in the main. That's interesting. There's probably 9 hatch, 9 pool. And then we have hatch, 12. I guess an 11 hatch. And then a 10 pool. River going straight for the gas, so they will probably... We'll see. It might not just be immediately meters. They're both going for gas. This is Zerg stuff. Very similar. I don't think... I think technically River their build is a bit better. Or I think... No, wait. How does it work? Bekrul got the extras, or what the f- No, could it be? Never mind. We're fucking... Oh, shit. It's been 5,000 years. Is this really... Are we truly getting... This is... Okay. I don't know how many games people have seen of this season, but... Back in my fucking day, there were the Hydra Zerg. There was the Hydra Zerg, like, strat, where you just fucking macro up, you get spore colonies really quickly, and you just get motherfucking... No, never mind. Damn it, it's not Hydra Zerg. It's just +1 Zerg upgrade melee attacks. Which I think is still weird. Sure, ZVZ Hydra is legit. It is so legit. For the horse. That's the wrong game, Vishy. +1 Ling's wreck. Oh my god. So, I mean, and Bekrul also has the better, well, at least for the meantime, has the better economy. They are supply blocked. But, looks like Zergling speed is done for River. I have no idea what's going on. Neither player has gotten layer yet. River is getting evolution chambers, so I assume they're also going to be getting upgrades. I mean, they're both getting gas. River also has been getting a bunch of sunken colonies. Their drone count is ahead of Bekrul's, at least for now. Bekrul is running around. I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so I'm assuming Bekrul is waiting for +1 attack before they actually try to attack in. But that has given River enough time to basically build up their little wall. And so I think, like, somebody's going to have to transition to lair. And Bekrul is not that person because they are not mining gas at all. Like four sunken colonies and a bunch of Zerglings are going to be enough to defend. I think River's going to be pretty safe to just get the... Wait, is that double Evo chamber? What the... What am I watching? Okay, Zerg, for the Zerg players, what is double Evo chamber +1 attack +1 carapace like real? Bekrul has 50 supply, 30. How many fucking Zerglings does this Zerg have? Finally getting expansion, still isn't mining gas. They're just like running around. Hive has finally started for River, and they are banking a ton of gas, so they should be able to move into Mutalisks extremely quickly, whereas Bekrul is only just now starting to remine their geyser. What are the... You gotta level up your hero. I think dude, the early game Kerrigan strats with the town hall portals and this crate, good match. Alright, both players are getting layers, and River's already started their Spire. I mean, it seems like the game's going pretty well for River. Their Spire's almost done, which means they can just pump out Mutalisks. And Bekrul, like, I feel like Bekrul has to, they're getting 3 spore colonies. Like, they have to get the spore colonies for their layers and just start laying them out. Then I don't know what their like next plan is. That's pretty important. That does get close to supply blocking River. Oh Jesus, those drones are not having the greatest mining pattern. Bekrul's on 29 drones. What happens here? Because River can't really, like, I mean, they can come in and kill drones, but it doesn't really matter. At this point, they're playing as fucking Terran. But, like, I guess they could get the overlord free. Block Bekrul. Bekrul gets a sneaky. They're both going for this. No, that's a Scourge to scout the sneaky third. Both players getting Carapace for flyers. Bekrul still hasn't started making any Mutalisks. River is pumping them out, getting another hatchery to do so with. They found another overlord. This is like, it's so weird seeing Bekrul go for Neolus because this is like the case study for Hyde Reserve. Two drones in Azizi. That is nearly a full control group of Mutalisks about to go in and just fucking get murdered by spore colonies. Because Bekrul has River's about to be on 2 control groups of Mutalisks. Up and there's Bekrul's. Just flying around. Gotta be careful though. Oh, that's a lot of damage. I feel like Bekrul has to go. It doesn't have to go, of course. But I feel like first I'm just like just get Hydralisk range and speed and attack upgrades and just start fucking shredding them. I mean, like, is there a point where you move out of this, right? Like, are both players just going to be Hydra locked for a while? Because I don't see how River wins, like, with this massive spore colony nest if they just stay on Hydra. Well, that's a lot of Mutalisks, actually. Like really the difference in strategy is Bekrul has a lot of small forces running around, tagging around the map, but Bekrul has main army just running through and just melting anything that comes across. Which is fair. When this should be able to catch a couple of drones. Actually, a lot of drones. Yeah, that's constructing his drones. Putting River back down to 20, back in the 20s. Supply is a bit more even, but all these Mutalisks are going to dry as River's main army comes back. But Bekrul actually setting up a bunch of extra bases with Spore Colony defenses. So I feel like Bekrul just has had the worker advantage for so long that they must be like in the lead, even though like I don't know, maybe River can A-move through these spore colonies. In fact, I feel like it's very possible River could just A-move through those spore colonies. I'm getting +2, yeah, +2 on their carapace. Dude, it's beautiful. Span that. I mean, yeah, 600 EPM is a lot, but that's like 5 controls from Mutallica and Bekrul. I don't know if the trade for mutas for drones is as, I don't know, 17 drones to 30 is quite the difference. I feel like Bekrul is like just 3-2, like they're always like maybe they can still you know what it's that. Well, what the hell? Never mind. Bekrul has been doing very good at keeping like the pressure on the line of River. And again, like I just think Bekrul just is always permanently like 2 or 3 macro cycles behind on having an overwhelming Mutalist count. But like they're getting into Hive tech. I guess they get Devourers. That is a Hive in ZVZ. Like the Bekrul just setting up the spore colony web is just probably correct. River doesn't really have any Zerglings. They're having to keep remaxing their drones. Queens, Devourers, Defilers, all options, all the goo spells. Yeah. We started today with the Protoss v Protoss gooning, and now we're stuck with Zerg goo. What the fuck? All right, no. Okay, once the Hive finishes, we're gonna see where we're taking this tech tree. What's going on? I feel like if it was queens, we would already be seeing the queens being made and snare being built from the nest. Bekrul has taken the supply lead now, so that's really important. Bekrul is also 4 bases. Bekrul is getting a second Spire for +3 upgrades, I guess. No, they are getting no. Yeah, they're just getting +3 upgrades. River is still on Lair Tech. But Bekrul with the extra, but I think River also has +2 carapace already. So they're already ahead on upgrades. I need to know what the plan is. I don't know, and I don't know what the plan is. I don't know what this game is doing, and I'm scared at this point. Like Bekrul is sucking all the gas out of all the bases around the map. Oh, it's adrenal glands. It's faster Zergling speed. That's the play. What? And we do get the greater Spire though, right? For Devourers? There it is. And neither have gotten any lurkers. No, there has been 0 lurker tech. +1 Zergling armor, Greater Spire, Nidus Canal. Oh. You just send a single Scourge on a suicide run through the main base here and just Nidus Canal. Also, oh my god! War colonies need to get nerfed. No, holy shit, River's just throwing. They're just fighting. It's impossible. That's insane. Oh man, we're about to have like the most don't. Speed. Adrenal gland is finished. Kill the hatchery, kill the hatchery, kill the hatchery, kill the hatchery. I think that's it. The surgeon has the overwhelming maybe? You understand what the outcome of this, you're better at the game. No! Okay, Bekrul is actually... No, Bekrul still has a supply advantage though, but yeah, I think the So, yeah, River's dead. No, yeah, no. So, here's a lesson for all your 20-minute ZVZ games. If your opponent has 7 spore colonies, don't attack with Mutalisks. The 5 Devours are in production. We aren't going to see them, I don't think. I believe that you are going to see a side of the cocoons are up here. River is going to... It looks like River might be trying to fight it out for the end. So we may see the Devours in action. By the way, you may want to lower game sound or up mic. It's a bit better. That's just because Mutalisks are loud as shit. Mutalisks are loud as shit. One tick. Okay. Just for the ZVZ games. Where the Devour's at? No, please. The acid spores. We need to see the graphics. Please. The acid spores. Bekrul. You can't make Devours and then not follow up on them. 25 damage. They really aren't going to move, are they? Oh, that's right. The Nidus Canal. Where is the Nidus Canal? Did it get canceled? There's a new one, I guess. Jeez, the Devours literally never moved. That's unfortunate, but GG's to Bekrul for an interesting ZVZ. Don't see too many like those. Pretty sick. And who says you need APM to play Zerg? Bekrul with the 1-0 over River. And we will hop into game 2. My God. I need to see more of whatever the hell they're teaching the Zergs in Tier 1. In the top left corner of Deja Vu, we have Bekrul as the Bekrul, as the dark blue Zerg. In the bottom right, we have River as the teal Zerg. Let's see what's gonna happen. Someone needs to inform these players of Hydra Zerg v Zerg. If they're gonna get into games like that, we're gonna need to see. We need to see Hydralisks, Lurkers. Fuck it, maybe even Ultralisks. Both players scouting clockwise on this map, which I think is wrong because I think all the naturals are clockwise, so you technically want to scout counterclockwise to see the fucking nat. Who knows? Maybe Bekrul is cross-scouting with their overlord. Nothing on 9 for either player, so they're probably thinking it's a 4-player map, go for a bit more of a greedier play. Both going up to 11 drones. 12. No, Bekrul doing the same thing as last game, which was going to be hatch on 11, probably spawning pool on 10. So that's interesting. Okay, I guess I understand. Like, the first Overlord does cross-spawn. You move it over a little bit, so if they go cross-spawn, they won't see it. And then your second Overlord, I guess, goes left or right, or down or right, maybe? Yep, so there's the 10 spawning pool. River is probably also has the 10 spawning pool. So River is going to have a slight faster extractor and a couple more drones than their opponent, I think. Oh, something got canceled. Bekrul going for the Evo chamber again. Again, did that creep colony cancel? I'm wondering if that is like what. I wonder if that's just so like in case they get attacked by Zerglings really fast that they have the creep colony already building. It's an interesting. I don't think I've seen that before, so I think that's pretty cool. I'm guessing that they start the creep colony in case they're getting like floor pooled, and then if the Zerglings aren't in their main, they just cancel it right before it starts. Lair on the way for River, so they're going for those Mutalisks again, whereas Bekrul is also going for that Zerg speed +1. River hasn't scouted it yet, so they're still getting sunken colonies for defense. But, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see Bekrul basically play this like game 1. Unless River doesn't throw down like the extra sunken colonies, then in which case maybe the Zerglings are able to get in, but I don't know, that doesn't sound right, so I'm guessing the Zerglings will, like, this will hold, and Bekrul will just, like, expand and do their normal stuff. And their normal stuff is really weird, so we're in for an interesting game. There's the Spire for River, still no lair for Bekrul, so I think they really are just going to go full Zergling. Getting their own Evo chamber up at the front of the base. River actually hasn't scouted Bekrul yet, so that cross scout Overlord early is paying off. But I mean, like, once he gets up into that base, he's gonna just throw down like 3 extra sunkens. He's already throwing down the extra sunken, like preparing. Yeah, he did have like a Zergling or something come up here earlier, so Bekrul is probably not going to get much done with these Zerglings, I don't think. There's just, like, too much junk clogging up the passageway here. And now that this Overlord sees that there's literally nothing in the main, there's no Spire or anything, these first mutas are going to be crazy, and Bekrul is going to have to really quickly start throwing down the... oh, jeez, that's a lot of Zerglings. +1 attack is just about finished. Oh shit. Whoop. Wrong button. They don't want to attack in until that's finished. They don't want to anti-time themselves. But like every second they wait, like there's another sunken colony going down. It's like, no matter how many Zerglings you build, are you going to be able to fight through 3 sunken colonies and that Zerglings? Maybe if River runs all his Zerglings out. But yeah, no, see, now they're going to body block for his colonies. Colonies are going to do a bunch of damage. But, like, Bekrul ultimately, even though with the +1 attack, they're doing a lot of serious damage. But, like I said, like, River wasn't neglecting their Zerglings. And ultimately, Bekrul is going to have to start throwing down all those spore colonies that they were looking for. River, meanwhile, like, just needs the hold. And they should be good. They have a lot of gas. They could probably take some off there. But like, you know, as soon as that first Mutalist comes out, like none of these Zerglings are actually going to be able to fight. So Bekrul is going to just retreat back across the map. First Mutalist coming out, probably could just send it straight across the map, start... No? But yeah, Bekrul has shifted to just a ton of drones and a ton of spore colonies. Oh, that's not good. Oop. Whoa, sick drone micro. That was a cool shot. Cool attack there. But yeah, we're gonna see River kind of force their opponent to make a bunch of spores. But again, like if River plays as kind of like a ZVT where they don't really care about the colonies and they just kind of come in and start sniping drones, they're gonna be able to do serious damage to Bekrul's like mineral, like Bekrul's income, just because like Bekrul's having to spend so much money on spore colonies, so many drones on spore colonies, and they still aren't mining gas, so they're not gonna have any anti-flyers out for a long time. River is having their Mutalists kind of fight the overlords across the map. But that is importantly giving Bekrul plenty of time to build up an obscene amount of spores like we saw in Game 1. Supply block on Bekrul. River needs to transition their brain to ZVT mode. Like, your goal is to limit the Zergling count and minorly harass the drones. A lot of Zerglings there to die. This Overlord could probably die. Interesting. A lot of good angles. River just has to find the right one. But I think they could also very much be taking advantage of their opponent's like inaction, right? And like a couple of Mutas. River take a very sneaky third base. Bekrul is probably, yeah, another round of drones. Like, Bekrul is playing this like a Starcraft 2 Zerg, where you just build 5 million drones and you'll have infinite income. And I mean, it worked for them in Game 1, but we're gonna have to see. And again, they have a 15 drone advantage, which is huge. Whereas River has been pumping out Mutalisks. The problem is, like, what are the Mutalisks doing, right? They really this is kind of probably where the Mutalisk should be just sitting, honestly. But this is definitely a weird game, so it's hard to really talk about. Is that another hatchery? Yeah, that's another hatchery. Oh my gosh, and Bekrul sent a couple of Zerglings out to bait River out of the way of seeing them. Wow. Okay, no, but the Mutalisks are going to get top of the Zerglings here, get a couple of good shots, and they've learned to coexist. Never mind. Dude, that's a big bank for Bekrul. Like, the second that... Well, they have a Spire. Like, the second that hatchery finishes, they're going to be able to spam out so many Mutalisks. And that's what they're doing. I think it's such an interesting... Like, it's such a... you know, like... On a lot of aspects, like the game feels like River is technically ahead, except for workers, but Bekrul has like Bekrul has like such an interesting handle on the game, right? Like watching the gameplay, I've never like watching these two games back to back here. I've never like looked at this and been like, what is like? I've been like, what does Bekrul do? Like Bekrul doesn't know what he's doing. Like Bekrul seems confused. Like Bekrul knows what they're fucking playing and how to play this. Whereas River has definitely seemed to have been completely like thrown off by Bekrul's play style here. So it's very interesting. It's just kind of interesting to see. Like, you usually don't sort of off-meta styles like this, where you're just like, hey, I'm gonna build 500 spore colonies. Usually it's like so easy to be like, oh, you obviously can just counter it by doing X, Y, or Z. But like in game, when you're trying to make that decision, you end up just like, it's really hard to acknowledge that and just kind of get locked into like, well, you build Mutalisks in Zerg versus Zerg. And you harass drones, but I can't harass drones, so there's spore colonies, and so there's like an error 404. But it's just very impressive to see how Bekrul has controlled these games, like, just from a structural sense. No, I don't even know. Like, again, like, does Bekrul have more mutas than River? Maybe. Like that's crazy to think. Like Bekrul might be like approaching River's muta count. Oh fuck. See, like there's so many. Okay, but here's the thing, Dustin. This is gonna be a good fight for. And then again, that's the thing, like, if Bekrul was, like, going... This hatch is super far. And now here comes the Zergling out on the map. And what the fuck are they doing? Queen's Nest coming up, but you're gonna see Adrenal Wings come back up. Bekrul holding 2,000 minerals. I mean, I think we're seeing, like, yeah, the flip side of, like, this is why you don't play Turtles, though, because even though Bekrul has kind of, like, controlled been able to play the exact kind of game they want to play, their opponent just expanded once and they win, right? Like, okay, you caught up, like, you eventually catch up on drones, you have, like, you start with infinity more Mutalisks than your opponents. The Hive is coming, so we will see Adrenalines. We might see the Devours, which could be interesting to see if, like, a lower number of Mutalisks with 2 or 3 Devours are going to be able to beat the Muta player. Last one attack, not really doing it. They get up in there. Zerglings just ran by everything. 11 Mutalisks in production. And River hasn't, like substantially lost, you know, the Mutalisks or anything. Ooh, but here comes that attack. It's gonna be like game 1, where if the Bekrul manage to keep killing drones. Clears off. Oh, but there was another attack in the side here. That's also going to get cleaned up. The Zergling are going to try to rush this base, but the units that were parked there are going to do more than enough to clean up all the attacks. The Sunken Colony as well. And yeah, Bekrul has their Greater Spire on the way, but I think literally, not literally, but all but 5 Mutalisks died during that harassment. And they've kept River's drone count low, but like, is there really going to be a difference between 27 and 33 drones when your opponent has double your supply? Almost double your supply. About to be finished. GGs are called. I guess I guess the mains were running low for Bekrul there. So yeah, River takes game 2. So we've seen the style work and we've seen it not work. So game 3 is going to be the deciding vote on if like we have to rethink how we approach ZVZ now. Oh shit! Whoa, what? Whoa. Shit. Wait, no, where's the match? River takes game 2. Oh my gosh. Okay, 1 point on the board for River. Going into map 3, which is Vermeer again. We're gonna have, once you get the Zerg v Zerg. I'm gonna try to use it really quick. Get some water. Wall. You know, we're just gonna let him. We're gonna let him mine. Where's the shoot? What? There we go. Excellent work, me. Be right back. Has anyone died yet? No. Oh, Jesus. They're doing the same thing again. We're really gonna have 3 games in a row of +1 speedling rush into Spore Colony Turtle Zerg. It's more likely than you think. Bekrul in the top right, River in the bottom left. Basically, yeah, they're playing the exact same game as games 1 and 2. It's very interesting to see if, like, we just are sticking with it, I guess. I think that literally is just a 4-pool defense mechanism, because if I'm guessing that if it's literally like if Zerglings show up, you make the sunken, and then if you don't, you just kind of like restart it. You don't lose a ton of money. It's 25 minerals for a creep. Yeah, that's interesting. So we're gonna see the Link Flood from Bekrul again. Although it does look like River, once again, is going to have the Sunken Colonies up to defend it. River's not been skimping on their Zerglings, so, you know, they've been pretty conscientious. I wonder if they knew that going into this game. I'd be interested to see Bekrul's other ZVZs to know if, if this +1 attack speed thing was like a common thing with Bekrul. Bekrul also, however, foregoing the evolution chamber this game, going instead for a very fast, well, let's say very fast, but instead going for their natural. I guess technically it's a fast third hatch. Meanwhile, River once again already on their Spire tech. Yeah, River's just going to throw down some more Sunken Colonies and keep the Zerglings coming in order to defend against Bekrul's Link Flood. I mean, I feel like, you know, it really just this Link Flood stuff, I don't know if it works well. They might get in right before the Sunken Colonies. Oh no, that is an evolution chamber to body block for this Sunken. So, like, if it didn't work with the +1, I don't know if it's going to work with just speed. But it still seems like Bekrul's builds are really delayed. They aren't getting... Now they're getting the Evo Chamber. So they must have... Maybe they forgot it? Or they are not getting +1 attack and they're just going straight for the mass drone spore colony, which that does seem to be where it's at. A couple of Zerglings escape. That's not good. I wonder if the idea of Bekrul is to get enough Zerglings to keep the Zerglings here in base. So the River always has to keep their Zerglings at home, and then just getting up to 3-4 bases with spore colonies all around them, so that the Mutalisks that can actually go out on the map don't ever get anything. We see both players just droning up now because there's no reason not to, I guess. Interesting. So the Zerglings all do a full retreat back to base. I think River's in a really good position. It looks like they are making the adjustments based on the last two games. the mutas are more just like looking around the map for a weak third rather than diving into trying to get anything in the main. And River has been pumping a bit more drones than they did in the previous 2 games. They're still 4 behind, but it's not as well. Drones were showing up on the production tab. Bekrul is just going to really quickly like rush their way up the hive tech probably. +1 attack finally coming in for Bekrul. They gotta have it. And then, but River is getting that 3rd base. So this is, I think, the correct adjustment to make to this, because like it's like when you're playing Protoss or you're playing Terran and the Zerg starts doing the Turtle Zerg stuff where you just go, I can't break that. That's you do that. You build 500 spore colonies. I'll just go expand 3 times. So River, I think, is making the correct choice there. And they are poking and prodding at the main. Get a free drone. Free drone. How much damage did these do? 15, that's a lot. Moving around looking for, I think it might just be for a 3rd base that isn't being scouted by River. A drone might take right here. It's pretty hidden, but the mutas are going to come up. They got that. They're going to probably hit the drone on their way over. They will just barely not see it. Zerglings. 14 worker difference. Trouble. Oh no. Those Zerglings focus on the hatchery, they might get it. Looks like they are going for the drones instead, which is still good. That's pretty good. 4 drones, 4, 5, 6 drones. Bekrul's Queen's Nest is going up again. I think Bekrul, they just want the game to last as long as possible. And if they get to Hive and they start getting Devourers out or something to deal with, you know, their opponent having a million Mutalisks, should be good. River, meanwhile, is still just pumping mutas. Not really. Maybe build like 3 extra hatcheries or something just for drones. Because they probably do need it. Mutas are now out on the map. For Bekrul, they're going to be, I mean, this is completely undefended. So if Bekrul does actually start hitting mineral, or like worker resource lines, they're going to be looking really good. And there's that 3rd base with all the spore colonies setting up. So yeah, I guess it is just take a 3rd, build 5 million spores, and got one drone though. There's a bunch of Zerglings here running in. The mutas are going to catch them though. They are going to get drones. Oh, the rest of the Zerglings might go. They're just backing off. These mutas flying away. Hive is just about done, so we're going to see the Greater Spire as soon as that finishes. It's a bit of a muta skirmish. Everyone counts. Although that is a lot of mutalisks. I think Bekrul, that's a lot of Zerglings to kill. But then there's another. Where are all these units coming from? No. Yeah. So Bekrul is honestly again playing so well. I just getting the Mutalists to follow them over to the natural there. A bunch of Zerglings to distract the mutas and keep them in this side of the map. I mean, there's a 4th base going up when River has had map control, quote unquote, for the entire game. Yeah, and there's the Greater Spire, so we're gonna see the Devourers coming out. There's the faster Zergling attack. There's an Overlord carry upgrade started somewhere. A bunch of spore colonies just starting in the bottom there. And here comes again that Zergling sort of harassment force keeping the mutas over here, and there's nothing really they can do. There is only 4 spore colonies in the main. I mean, that's the game right there. Holy shit. Supplies are evening up. Even the spore colonies there catch them on the way out. Zerglings down in here just thinning out the drone numbers. Greater Spire's about to finish. I mean, yeah. Wow. Five Devours being started. We might see them be used this game. It's crazy. River does know about this space, but they can't really do anything about it. All of their larvae have been going into Mutalisks, and the Mutalisks are not really able to do anything because of the spore colonies. Cool. Is this the Nidus? No. Where's the Nidus at? Right there? Yeah. So the Nidus, again, Scourge running in here, Nidusing right there could be very effective. A lot of Overlords out on the map getting caught, and there's the Defilers, there's the Goo. Let's see those Acid Spores. 4. Negative 4 armor on those Mutalisks. Turns out it is good, but you do also need Mutalisks. So those Devours are going to have to run away. Thankfully, they are very tough. 3 armor. But if those mutas follow them into a spore colony, this whole army is dead. 1 Devour's going to get taken out. When was the last time you heard the Defiler death sound? Bekrul now at 50 drones mining out of their main base. I think if Bekrul had just a couple more Mutalisks, they would have completely wiped that army in the middle. But then again, River does have quite a lot of Mutalisks. But it's really this 4th base that's going to kick it for Bekrul. River is getting their 4th as well. Bekrul is building their Nidus Canal. Looks like they're just using it very honestly to link their expansion up. which could make sense. That means all these drones don't have to risk running across the map. They can just teleport. Zerglings are going to catch this hatchery, but should get killed pretty quickly. Oh my god, they deal so much damage. So there's the Devourers and Mutalisks running about, splitting up a little bit. Once the army kind of coalesces, Bekrul is still about 30-ish army supply down, and a lot of their supply is in Zerglings. So, ooh, now it's Bekrul's turn to run into Spore Colonies. Again, like, the Mutalisks do just kind of get taken out. Now the Devourers are also, you know, just not going to die. And if they retreat back here, they might retreat. Oh no, that's the nearest Spore Colonies, because the Mutas can't do anything into here. So the Devourer is going to die, though. Bekrul, I mean, are they just going to keep making Mutalisks back and forth? I mean, River seems to have basically... Oh, the hatchery got killed while we weren't looking. But River seems to have basically caught on that's like, okay, I'll build Spore Colonies too. But Bekrul is the one making Zergling upgrades, though. And, okay, both players are now on Hive Tech. But River is the one running out of resources. It doesn't help that they are 20... workers behind. So it looks like, yeah, that's Bekrul's plan is to basically just keep taking bases while they keep River distracted with harassment. Oh my gosh, the Mutas just are off doing something else. This is why you A-move. Let's see. Bekrul is still 60 army supply behind. That is a lot of Zerglings running across the map. Now, the Zergling upgrades are heavily in Bekrul's favor, but, I mean, that is just a lot of Zerglings. We're going to see a lot more things produced here, but these Zerglings are going to run roughshod over the drones, at least for now. There is a spine colony, a sunken colony, doing defense here, but... No, yeah, that works, I guess, yeah. Mutalisks are still out and about. Here comes another layer of Muta Defiler. The Mutas just were a little bit too far forward, but I mean, like, look how fast the green Mutalisk will melt now. Now they take like plus 10 extra damage or something like that. Two Scourge don't kill a Devourer? Oh my god. I mean, that should be the game though, right? Those assets for those. I don't know what the exact mechanic does. All I know is it makes things take extra damage. Devour has 2 armor by default and then another 2 armor. Yeah, that makes sense. River, once again, is going to... The problem here is River is taking trades, and Bekrul has way more money to make trades with than River does. Oh, River does finally have their third mining base active. River's saving grace might be... No, these Zerglings are about to kill this base. What's the upgrade differential? 2 + 1? 2 attack versus nothing. And they have attack speed. Yeah, this base is super dead. I mean, I think that's it. That's the game. Yep. River GG's in ally chat. And Bekrul takes it. Look at these spawn neutral Zerglings. They don't know who their master is. They're just confused to be here. Alright. That is a successful 2-1 for Bekrul. We'll go back to our splash screen. I think that is another pickup for Shift Clique. Our last match for Tier 1 is going to be Supperman versus Havior, which is... Let's see. Oh, where is it? Supperman versus Havior, a Terran versus Protoss. We've had a couple of those. We've had one of those today. I don't remember what matches we've played today. I'm fucking losing it. But we're going to start it up. I want to see how the game goes. Just like, yeah. So Devour stacks remove armor and slow attacks because they have a splash effect that is very good ZVZ. 9 stacks, just about double the attack speed. In the top right, as our brown Terran, we have Havior. In the bottom left, as our purple Protoss, we have Supperman. It's pretty cool. So by 9 stacks, just about double the attack speed is like twice slow. Our stacks remove armor, slow attack, because they do have a splash rate is very good CVZ. Final match of Tier 1, Supperman throwing down a simple pylon and scouting to steal the gas because it is literally free on Eclipse. You just get to do that. Havior also is doing a very standard opening with the supply depot. It's just free. It's just free. Now the real trick is to keep the probe alive so that when they kill it, you can just build it again. Also, if that probe gets the SCV, that's going to be extremely impressive. But it looks like, unfortunately, the probe is about to get got. Oh, it's going to steal the gas, actually. Oh, running shot. Back home, Supperman is making a zealot, so there will be some level of early harass. No assimilator yet on Supperman's side. It's been pure just building zealots and pylons and probes, so that's interesting. Looks like Supperman just wants to try to get the game over with as fast as possible and rush him down. Havior is setting up the bunker, and the Marine will get that annoying probe out of here. So the bunker should be done by the time the zealot gets across the map. And Supperman is going to have to transition to doing something else, as the bunker will basically make it impossible for the zealots to get easy damage in. I would expect maybe just throw down the Nexus before the assimilator. Yeah. proxies. Game should stabilize to a fairly normal place from here on out. You might see the cybernetics core get thrown down here. Oh, a bit of a supply block. Yeah, that probe's waiting to make the core. Oh, whoa, shit! They got in. Fortunately, doesn't look like too much damage actually happened though. And the Marines will be able to clean up the rest. Oh, if that probe lives, that's going to be pretty... Nope. Yeah, and then the Marine... Yeah, Zealots, unfortunately, are very, very stupid. So pretty early, somewhat early Nexus from Supperman, considering the opening. At least keep them economically on par. Nope, SCV gets the scout. Not too much of the scout though. He might have been able to see the spinning core. Factory on the way for Havior, so nothing crazy, nothing crazy. Both players are just gonna kind of get to their mid-game compositions and then play it from there. I think Supperman is just a little bit behind from where they are supposed to be, and just because they were trying to get a really early fight in, and it didn't really work out for them. So they're going to be delayed on getting the Observer to scout the factories, which means they might be a bit behind on adding on their extra gateways. They definitely are going to at least try to push out here and maybe put some pressure on the bunker. Although it looks like he might have caught the Marine moving and wanted to kill him. Actually, no, he's just going to go take his third. That's good timing for a third. 6 minutes, 40 seconds is completely respectable. No tanks quite yet. Nope. At least a couple probes. 3 probes? 4 probes? Oh. 3 probes is good though. Nope, they're gonna just keep... Oh no, the probes are having to fight the vulture. That is never great. 5 probes for 2 vultures is pretty good. And with the extra spider mines on the map... Yeah... That's a very good trade. Extra factories getting added on. Supperman does have a, a significant worker lead. But Terran can kind of deal with that pretty easily. How are the bases? We're still only on 4 gateways. Supperman will be looking to add more so that they can, our metric usually is the Protoss wants to have 2x the number of the Terran's factories, so Supperman's probably going to want to get up to, oh, and there they are. 4 gateways being produced somewhere. 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. So 8 gateways is generally within the metric. Bunch of missile turrets going up. Kind of missed the observer though. Supperman has taken up a position right outside the. Oop, does get that spider mine. That Dragoon lived. What are we scanning? Checking out the main base here, and that's pretty much it. Just seeing what's going on. Oh, shuttle. That's carrying something for Zealots. Dropping that on top of the tank back line. If Supperman wants to try to break them, it might be able to help do that. Although I think Havior is pretty entrenched at this point. There's a couple of tanks out. Havior being very patient, not just unsieging everything to move forward, so that one layer at a time. Also being very smart in removing the mines from where they want their tanks to be, so that any drops don't accidentally, kill their own tanks. Since they have seen the shuttle, Goliaths with the range are also coming out to help deal with the shuttle. Stargate on the way for Supperman, so we will see Arbiters come up since we already have Templar tech. Havior preparing that expansion to the 3rd base. Is that a cannon? Yeah. Is gonna get that probe, but Zealot's gonna get on top of him. Whoop, 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 whoop. Jesus. There he goes. Alright. What's going on over here? Okay. Supperman, regular army moving out. Yeah, no. Supperman taking their 4th, while Havior gets their 3rd, is pretty standard. Protoss versus Terran, Terran versus Protoss. We should see the Arbiter Tribunal start up here soon, since that's going to let Supperman deal with this Terran army, which is going to be looking to push out so that it has more room. It doesn't want to be holed up in this choke point. It's going to want to have the tanks and whatnot spread out over here so it can defend the 3rd. Supperman is going to try to keep them boxed in, but the army is a bit far back. Instead, oh, spider mine. That's fun. Oh, okay. Just scanning around, looking for the army. Does see them moving. Oh, wrong click. Does see them moving up this way. So, Havior feels pretty confident in just moving out to this area here. We're going to see the Protoss army kind of move into position. to try and fight that, but it's not really going to want to pick this fight unless these Zealots are able to get on top of the tanks, which it looks like they're about to. The Vultures are a bit far back, but as the Zealots kind of melt under the arc light cannons, Supperman's going to have to retreat and renew their forces. That shuttle, I think, is still carrying 4 Zealots, so if it's able to kind of loop around and drop them right in that crevice, that could give the Dragoons enough room to clear out this area here. But it looks like Supperman is more just going to play defensively, cautiously, move back, make sure their probes get to the 4th base as they move into like the next stage of their game with the Arbiter Tribunal finishing up. And +1 air weapons because they probably misclicked on getting armor. Supperman also has been able to move to try to flank. Unfortunately, the army is just a bit too spread out to be able to run up there immediately. So Havior has time to reposition the Vultures where they need to be. 5th base for Supperman is going up, getting defended with the cannons, and Havior really hasn't been active out on the map too much. Like there's been Vultures here and there, but nothing crazy. So Supperman might be able to just start taking bases and taking advantage of Havior playing defensively here. Stasis field on the way, along with the fleet beacon. So maybe the +1 air weapons was intentional. Maybe we're going to see the Arbiter carrier mix. Sure, we're going to have a bunch of... I missed the fight completely. Maybe we're going to see a bunch of Stargates get thrown down just in time to like pump out 20 carriers and just throw them across the map. That missile turret is about to burn down, so the Dragoon did get it. Supperman's going to try to poke up in here away from the main tank force. Doesn't really gonna work. 2 carriers on the way, another Stargate building up to keep making them. So I guess just in case, you know, we get the Arbiter upgrades, just in case we do want to switch to Arbiters. But the mass carrier switch is going to be really brutal against Havior being basically at supply cap and not having a lot of supply to make a clean Goliath transition. 3? Where's the... Yeah. Alright, there's a fight happening in the middle of the map. We should probably watch that. Supperman was going to try to flank the siege tanks, but the Zealots just kind of weren't fast enough to get up here in time. And that is a lot of siege tanks. So there are now 4 carriers in production. So if Supperman is able to just keep this army distracted long enough to get 4 to 8 carriers out on the map before Havior can make a sufficient Goliath changeover. Yeah, again, it doesn't matter that Zealots are dying and that there's not a lot of damage being done to the tanks. What matters is that the tanks are here and not here. Havior, meanwhile, I feel like they had to have scanned this at some point. And I mean, with 7 factories, making a Goliath switch isn't going to be too hard, but you do need to make that switch before a control group of carriers are in the middle of the map. And again, I mean, okay, so there are some Vultures out here going to deny this Nexus, or at least try to. They'll deal some damage to that Nexus. But I mean, yeah, like, Supperman's been on 5 bases. They've been pretty solidly doing well economically, so... yeah. And here comes the actual big push from Havior. Again, I feel like maybe they scanned the Tribunal and they didn't see the fleet beacon because it started a little bit later. And so they are completely indexed over to this being a Arbiter late game. They had to have seen the carriers by now. No Goliaths being made. Siege tanks on the move. Those carriers can like slide through the darkness and just get up here. That's gonna be wrong button. That's gonna be crazy. As in like all these tanks are dead. So now the carriers finally show up. They're gonna start picking off the tanks, and Havior is going to have to retreat. You see that the 6 Goliaths are started immediately. But Havior just GG's. I mean, their tanks are out of position, but I mean, like, they still have time for the carriers to get across the map. Can't really fault them for the GG, though. That is 6 carriers with 4 more in production. And my... Ooh. So we'll, whoop, wrong button. That is going to be a point on the board for Supperman because Protoss are OP. Okay. I did not leave the game. Game 2. We go back. We've been there 7-8 times today. It is deja vu. In top left, we have the Green Terran Havior looking to get the reverse sweep, make up for that loss. Bottom right, we have IRK Supperman as the purple Protoss, looking to close the game out and give their team a win. Cross spawns on a 4-player map probably negates the chance of a 10-12 gate or just early zealot aggression. Definitely negates the chance of just going pylon scout steal gas. Jesus. What the hell? Okay, that's back. Mike is still there. With this, so my headset keeps randomly dying, or with the port in the back. I would not be surprised if it's either. Music is a little loud. Terran theme blaring. Oh my god! Every time, it's like every time it's like an audio problem happens. It's like, okay, we're gonna. That is the lowest the Terra music we can be. So let me just change that in OBS then. Give it a little bit of a nerf. And there we go. Yup. This sure is a Terran versus Protoss ass Terran versus Protoss. No, it was only one SCV mining gas. This isn't going to be any type of push. Havier's just going fact before expand. Probably just to be safe. Cross map, no 12 next. That's why I don't understand it. Tier 1 Protoss like know how to play the game and are like do intelligent builds. They know. Okay, that SCV is super dead. Holy shit. He just fucking killed that guy. That's a problem. This is a problem with working with biker gangs. You never know what the fuck they're doing. Scrapped him along with the aliens. Shuttle and no, what is the tech? Assume it's gonna be Robo Bay before Observatory. So that you know, you try to just snipe a bunch of SCVs. Yeah. Vultures, I don't think they're able to get in there, but Jesus. Oh, there's the tech. I see Biker Man. Jeez. 75 mineral unit, pretty good. It is, killed like 3 probes, just gets in for free, scouts the enemy base. There is going to be the Reaver, so, you know. Should start seeing missile turrets getting thrown up around the base here, or that Reaver's just gonna get up in here and kill like 50 SCVs. This is our boy. Oh, I mean, the vultures are good to see it, and my head's just cut out again. Excellent. You know, I'm pausing it. This is fucking annoying. Why are you doing this? Okay, I think it's back again. Jeez. Jeez, these things are slow. Bunch of mines around the map. Yeah, there are the missile turrets, so he does know that the shuttle is coming, but there's a difference between knowing that it's coming and being able to stop it. This shuttle is going to figure out Oh my god. Well, that's not good. Just tear down the fucking factory. Why not? Stay out of range of the siege tank. Reavers can deal with vultures really well. Ooh, should have probably kept them up, but that's fine. At least gonna have to waste minerals repairing that. If they actually kill the factory, that would be so funny. Ooh, nope. Oh! So close to getting at least one shot off on it. What's actually going on, though? Gravitic Drive is coming back up, so there will be speed shuttles eventually. Dragoons moving across the map to put pressure on the front of the base. Repairs are being made. Turrets are being rebuilt. Academy on the way for the comsat stations. Looks like we have another Reaver out, prepping. Vultures are doing their vulture-y thing. Very good pylon placements and nexus placement here. So Supperman's going to be able to get up a nice third base. Is going to get that probe, though. As you do. Three extra factories getting added on. I don't think there are any. Oh, no. That was pretty huge. Oh my god. Okay, well. Whoa. Okay, Observer is out. Has vision of the enemy base. Something's going on. There's 45 probes, though. Supperman, their macro is very good. Despite Havior having fucking exquisite vulture control and harassment, still being up 8 probes is pretty big. Egg. So there is the Templar Archives again. I'd be surprised to see the Stargate started up sometime as well. You're still kind of on only, not kind of, they just are still on only 2 bases. Storm is coming from Supperman, but not really any other late game tech. They could be getting, oh, very good vulture catch. They could be getting up into their Stargate stuff, but it seems that they just are not. They are, so I think they're roaming looking for like vultures around the map, I think, but it's giving Havior a lot of room to just come up here. And now that, like, moving from this low ground to this higher ground area is like so much extra advantage for Havior. Dada 78641, we still going. We're still in this thing. We're still here. Is this an attack? No, that's not an attack. What if... What is going on back here? Supperman still just going full gateways. You know what? I respect it. EMP Shockwave coming in. A bunch of High Templar. A couple of High Templar, not a bunch. Supperman getting their 4th base up, but Havior is managing to get their 3rd. So although not quite the advantage towards Havior, towards Supperman yet. Supperman, time to take another name. It is, pretty close to that probably. Need to take the center base. Look how many minerals there are. That's a lot of minerals. Oh, there they go. Oh. Okay, interesting. Supperman does kind of have their army spread out. They might be able to get on top of them, but the army is kind of just fighting in waves. Oof. And the Vultures got the High Templar. Very good pick off. Havior is probably feeling very comfortable moving out. Oh, there's that +1 attack air upgrade, so we should see the Stargate and Fleet Beacon begin at some point. Not yet, though. Moving around, checking that for a 3rd. There's nothing up there, though. Is this carrying a Reaver? It's carrying 2 Reavers. 2 Reavers that would look really nice sitting there. Oop. Yeah. Havior taking this base out is going to be very good. But Supperman's going to try to take the fight in the center again. Unfortunately, the conga line of Zealots are not super helpful when defending the Dragoons. And the army kind of being split off down here is also not very helpful. So it seems like Supperman just is kind of having some control issues in this game. And, yeah, Havior just kind of like holding a really strong position right there is really good for them. And I mean, again, like a bunch of the army's going to come down here, try to save it, just isn't. So all these probes are going to have to retreat or die. Supperman taking the top right bases as sort of a consolation prize will be helpful to them. Why are the probes coming back? That tank is about to kill everything here. He probably will be able to save the Nexus, though. But the tank is going to see that this base is being taken as well. Havior is finally moving to take their 3rd. Will inject some fresh life into their army. And looks like Supperman is actually going to be going for Arbiters and not Carriers. Stasis being made. Arbiter on the way. Army in the middle of the map. Probes doing their best. Look at them go. Look at those guys. Oh, shit. Well, nope. They've learned to coexist. Okay, which probe am I locked on to? Can I cut that? Thank you. Havior's army is moving down to the bottom, and if they cut off Supperman's sort of base here from everything else, it's going to be really hard for them to take, to stay out on the map. Lots of storms coming in on the tanks, but just not quite enough. That is a lot of vultures doing a lot of damage. Psystorm does kill vultures pretty quick, though. A lot of observers don't really know what they're doing. I would almost say that the carrier switch would be more effective in this situation. To macro, 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 macro. Very true. We have 64 probes. Upgrades, people. Do something. Yikes. Yeah, this base is super dead. These probes need to find a new home because this ain't it. Small army. I think like it's just there's been the story of this game has been like there's just been small army all over the map, and nothing has really been able to punch through Havior's positions as they've moved up to take them. But there's an arbiter now. You see a stasis? You see a couple of cloaked units, but that arbiter is in a really bad position to actually give units cloak. However, this position for Havior is going to get broken, and Havior GG's, and Supperman is going to take it 2-0 in our last Tier 1 match today. So congrats to him. Look at those scores. Amazing. And that is going to give our final score of Tier 1 CPL quarterfinals. Shift Clique was one match away from having a clean sweep. Wow. I am not biased at all. This is not me being biased. All right. On our schedule, we have a whole other group to cast to get to today. Let's see. I'm going to do some quick math on how long those games are. Okay. That's 43. That's an hour. Their duration is on the sheet, Scimo. True. You think I'd read those? No, I got them. Okay. It's fine. Let's see. Breeze starts at 7. So I am going to take a short break, get some lunch, and we'll be back. It is currently 3:38. So let's say 3:38 p.m. Eastern Standard. We're going to take a 7-minute break. I'm going to go get some food, and when we return, we're going to go over Tier 0 of Team Name Didn't Make and Supply Block Party. We got 3 matches. It's a shorter one, so it's not super. This is whatever. It's nothing crazy. So again, give us about 7-ish minutes, and we'll be right back. Where's my? Is this a? Whoa! No, that's the wrong thing. Break Tim. Back at 3:45 EST. There we go. Is that right? That's right. See you in 5.